Hello and welcome to Spellbinder's Friday night show. I had some trouble the last day ago and stuff, and had people come on here and do some very gross stuff. I had to kill that one and start over again, but I was able to get a hold of TJ, and TJ was very cooperative in coming on, and we talked for a while on the site, and well, this is just something that happens. I mean, you got the trolls out there. I mean, these trolls are really crude people. I mean, they come on there and they start putting video up and everything. This is open for video too. I can cut it off at any time. It's an open show. It's open to everyone that wants to come on. And all my invites are allowed to come back on here at this time. I'm just, oh no, it just blows me away that they're not decent people when they come on here. I mean, I had these people come on here because I put it up on my site and YouTube, and they come across it. He's live. Okay, I'm going to go on here and show some, you know, I don't even want to talk about it. It was gross. It was gross. We had some gross people on here, and I wanted to say that I'm not with them at all, and whatever happened before that they were able to catch and put out there, that's not my fault. It was, you know, people that came on, and right now I'm at 0 right now. 0 viewers. Nobody's watching. If they were, they were. Come on here, and we'll have a nice chat about whatever you want to talk about. I mean, it's open lines, basically. It's open conversation, open subject. It's an open subject, but not to the point that they wanted it to be an open subject. I mean, it was like, no, this is not that open. I mean, we want to talk about scientific things. We want to talk about whatever is real out there as far as unreal. And we want to talk. I mean, it's kind of like doing a George Norrie's show on Coast to Coast or something of that nature. I mean, we want to talk about factual things going on in society, in the world, and all this stuff. It's not having this conversation about race or anything like that. I mean, yeah, we can talk about race, but it's not really about race. It's about people who want you to think about race. Now, that's another topic in itself. They want you to do this. I mean, what happened the night before, if you've seen the video and you saw the cat, and the cat's mother comes down and starts saying the N-word and stuff. She's been watching, you know, another channel. I ain't going to mention it, but she's coming down all pissed off about it and everything. And it's like, well, yeah, they want her to think this way. They want us to think this way. They want us to be something we are not. We're not this. We're nothing like this that they're projecting out there. But they got people hooked into talking that way and speaking that way. It's called the race war, and they're doing that on mainstream media. And I sit there and I go, shit, I didn't know that CNN was Fox News. I mean, and you get all this stuff on there and everything, and it's this you just wouldn't imagine. I mean, I'll mention CNN. I won't mention where she got her information from because it's another network. But they convince everyone to turn against everyone So while we're fighting against every one of ourselves, they are actually out there doing and making that happen and making all this happen. And I'm just amazed that we're still on that ideal, that nastiness that's going on out there. I mean, I call it nastiness. It is. It's nasty. And they're doing it, the divide and conquer. They call that divide and conquer. They have this divide and conquer going on, and we seem to be involved in it. And I'm not involved in it. I have no color. I mean, if anyone's seen that video that somebody captured, they captured it instantly, and they came back on and said, look, they showed that little part, a little snippet that, happened. Well, that video's gone as far as that. You're not going to ever see that one again. It's gone as far as publicly, and it's actually gone as far as I'm concerned. But we're actually being attacked by the governments of this world, and they're making us feel like we have to fight against several races and stuff, and I have no agreement with that. And I want to make an apology on air about that. If that video snip gets out there and you've seen it, I'm not part of it. And it's just something that's happened. And I don't know what to say. I mean, really, I mean, I'm like in the middle. I'm just a poor wizard out there trying to understand how these dark forces are taking over governments and everything. I'm sitting there going, well, there's dark forces out there, and they have gotten contact with the, well, if you want to call them demons or whatever. They're extraterrestrials. They're extra dimensionals. They're not even of this world in their own way, and they're playing this game with us, and we're just caught in the middle of it. And I mean, if you're the same thought as I am, we're in the middle of it, and this is not really happening. I mean, it's just it's happening, but it's not really happening in the ideal of this world the way we perceive it. Maybe that's the way I should say it. It's not how we perceive it. Is there anyone out there want to say a comment about this? I mean, it's open lines. You can come in. It's just like coast to coast or something. It's not like you have to call in. You just kind of join in, and you join into the conversation, and you're allowed to join in. If you're watching, then you are able to join into the conversation. And I have 2 viewers right now, and I know that they can join in at any time and come in and speak. Because if they're watching, they must have a link to talk. All they have to do is turn their microphone on, put their headphones on, and we can talk. And this type of stuff will be revealed through this program. Now, I do these programs like this because this is the open forum program. It's an open forum where you can come on and talk. All you have to do is set your microphone up to come in, and your camera if you want to. I mean, I'm using, as you see, mini cams, and I'm using my firewolf. I'm not using my cat. The cat's another subject. I could put the cat on there if I want to, but I rather talk with the firewolf because this is war, and we're in a war against principalities and other things that's going on out there. And you have to understand how these things are coming down. And we're in this. We're actually trapped in this. And they're trying to reprogram the people to take the chip and everything else. They want us to take a microchip. They're about right now shutting down the money system, which you just trade pieces of paper for something, and say you have this chip. You just scan your hand across a board, and well, that's the mark of the beast. I have no problem understanding that. That's truth. That's really truth out there. I don't know if you understand that or even conceive what that is, but it's the mark of the beast. It's revelations. It's whatever you want to come in and say. Do you agree with me? Are you Christian? Are you agnostic like I am? I'm agnostic. I am a Gnostic, and I sit back and I am impressed with what's coming down the pipe. And well, I mean, it's all up to you. Mm. Hmm. Sitting back, listening to my listeners. Do you have anything to say yourself? That's what I want to know. How much information do you want to know if you come in? How deep does the rabbit hole go? Well, the rabbit hole goes pretty deep. You can be on the very top of the rabbit hole and understand what you're seeing around you is normal, kind of. Or you can go into the rabbit hole and find out how deep it actually goes. Now, this is an open forum, and you, my followers and stuff like that, want to have like an open, conversation on the table and let them say their thoughts about this. I mean, I really enjoy having something like that. I mean, I have friends out there that's in my group. They may not be off work yet or something, and they have to come in and talk. I mean, I have TJ. He's in on my a group discussion. We always have a great group discussion all the time, and it makes for a good show. And it's like an open show. It's not like I plan these shows or anything. I just open them up and say, let's have a show and see who comes in. That's basically it. It's basically who comes in and who wants to talk about serious articles, serious information. I mean, the big military exercises they're starting to do right now. Well, they're getting ready to crash the dollar. I can come out and say, yes, they are going to crash the dollar. There's a dozen people in the mainstream, or not the mainstream, I call it maybe the alternate stream media, that's coming out and saying, yeah, we're going to have a crash by September. Something weird's going to happen in September by the 15th, and everything's going to clap down, and we're not going to have America as you remember it. And I kind of agree. I can see that type of stuff coming down the pipe. It's coming down. It's heading this way. Or call it a freight train. It's a freight train going off the cliff. And anytime, yes, it could go off the cliff. I can go to G. Edward Griffin's site and start reading article headlines off of that, and actually give you, links to go on to it. But it's amazing what's happening out there right now. It's really amazing. And there's there has been 500 deaths of civilians through the police since January. Well, that's another thing. And you can read the articles and make for yourself if the people are bad people or good people. Or, I mean, on Mike Rivero's What Really Happened site, this guy called in and said, I'm the son of my father, and my mother was doing what they call that, the crystals that you can buy in head shops, and it was like bathtub soaps or whatever, and she started going off, going wild, turning into a zombie or something and attacking him and beating on him and stuff. And he sat there and witnessed the whole thing. He came on the show, he was crying. I mean, he came on there and said, my mother just went nuts on my father, and they called the police in, and the police came and just shot him. He wasn't on the bath soaps. He was on the bath crystals or whatever. He wasn't on it. And this went on for about, and he said about 2 hours before the cops showed up and just shot him. And well, I don't know. I do know, as they say, do know. I don't know. I really don't. And I mean, I sit back and I actually observe this stuff as well and see this stuff going on. This happened down in Florida. That seems to be the big place where this stuff is happening. I think it was in Florida. I'll have to go back and look at the article and see where this happened at. But I'm pretty sure it's like in Florida where the guy was eating another guy he killed, and he was eating him. He was just chewing on him, on these bath soaps. Well, these are designer drugs. They're not the natural drugs that come out of the ground and grow up and everything. I mean, even cocaine is not harmful if you just chew on the leaves. It's when they put, like, kerosene and stuff that make cocaine and stuff. That's when it becomes a problem. I can understand that. I can understand that with heroin. Heroin, when they turn it into a crystal, they have to send it through a chemical process. And this is man-made stuff. Now, smoking heroin as a bud, yes, I can see the side effects of that. There is a side effect. But when you have people intervene, and just like alcohol is a man-made substance, not a God-made substance. I mean, God makes wine, not man. No. You crush the berries up and you let the yeast, the God-given yeast, do what it does. Okay, I can say that wine is okay because God is processing that. It's not like burning it and adding chemicals and test tubes and stuff and putting it in and making something. I can see that. That's why I'm against the pharmaceutical companies, just because they take two chemicals and whatever, maybe 3 or 4, and mix them together and say, here, take this. This will cure you of your disease. And then you're hearing on the TV, which is really upsets me, that you'll have 15 side effects to treat your disease. And I'm sitting there going, really? 15 side effects from your chemistry? Well, I mean, really, you have to sit back and you got to go, is this really what God would make? I mean, there's a lot of cures for the same disease. You can go out into a field, and I live out in a rural area. I can go out and find these plants that have the same natural form of chemicals, and eat them or whatever, and not inject them or anything, but eat them, and you're cured of, you're cured. No, actually, I have to say cured. It's not treatment; it's a cure, and it makes it go away. Well, that talks of a nickel a piece or something like that. Now, what they're doing with these pharmaceutical drugs are $1,000 a piece. You must have this drug that we give you. It costs $1,000, and I don't know. You actually gotta think about that. You gotta think about 1,000, and they're making all this profit. They're like the guys who used to ride around on carriages and say, "Look, they're out there," which wasn't real. The Indians have some type of disease. It wasn't real. And you take my Samuel whatever, or whatever you want to call it, secret drug, and you drink it down. It was basically alcohol with some mint or something in it. It had some natural stuff in it, but it was basically alcohol. And I sat there and go, really? You're going to get away with that? Yeah. I'm amazed that no one talks to me on here. The one person that's I see on here should come forward and say, yes, I know what you're talking about. I got two people. Say yes. You know what I'm talking about. Turn your microphone on. It can be your camera. Actually can. I'll tell you how to do it. You go to your microphone or image next to your time clock, and you right click it. It opens the entire thing up, and you look for whatever on your computer is able to talk, and you can talk on here. It's really that easy. I've done research on how to make this work, and you just get on there and you start talking. You don't have to have the camera on. Just come on with your microphone, and the icon will appear. It has no face or anything. Okay, that's good. But you're able to talk, and you're able to say things, and you're able to relate to the whole situation that's going on right now. Everything has, well, you don't realize that you have to study. I don't want to say this because Christians get all upset about it. Occultism. You got to study occultism. If you don't practice it, it's okay. You're a studier of it. It's like the demonologist who study it and they understand how to get rid of them. They don't practice it. They don't bring up demons or anything. I want Christians to understand that you can come across this stuff and you're knowledgeable of what's coming down the pipe. And I just don't understand that. I've done this for 30 years, and I've suddenly come up. I'm going to write a book about it, and I'm going to write a book of how Christians can overcome demons and everything, because you don't have to practice it and bring them up or anything and talk to them or anything. No, that's the evilness of it. But you can bring up the knowledge of how to fight them. There's a fighting realm out there where you never have to bring them up. I mean, look at what was the movie where they drew these symbols on them and everything. It was from this angel Raphael or Rael, and they weren't evil in themselves. The people put these symbols on them. They burned them on them with these magic wands that they had. Oh, I agree with that. That's something. And you burn these on, and you're able to do certain things, become invisible and do all this stuff, but you're working for God. I mean, I have no idea why people don't realize this, and they're so annoyed by this. Oh, that's right, TV evangelists. They would do that to you every time, and they'll make you think that you don't have to have this. How you know they don't have this hidden under their shirts and everything? All these symbols and magical symbols that burned into their skin, and they're able to tap in each one of these symbols. Well, I don't know. When I saw that movie, that was like, wow. I understand the people who tattoo themselves body-wise, but it gives them a ability to tap into each one of those at the same time. It's not like they're tapping into them, separately. But it was, damn. I could probably turn on the TV right now, and it's called the Immortal something City of the Bones. And I look at that and I go, yes, they can do that. They can actually do that. Let me mute that and, well, not opening up the entire thing. Okay, I opened up the entire thing. And you can actually go in there and watch that. Now, that's kind of what is going on. You must become one of these people. And it's a trip to become one of these people. But you can, well, under their understanding of it, you had to drink from this cup from an angel, and if you're an offspring or something, you become one of them. No. That's nonsense in that part. But you can become one of these people by a certain ritual of this angel. It's not Raeliel. It's not Raeliel. Raeliel was an angel that came down and gave him the cup, and not Raphael. It's Raeliel. And no, you can't. You have to go to your higher angel. Everyone has a higher angel. There's an angel that watches you, kind of protects you if you can, but then there's a higher angel. And it's usually Raphael or one of the other great angels that will protect you. And I'm going through these TVs, stupid stuff. But you can actually I can find it. It'll be on again on well, I call it Skype, but it's known as stars, and you can actually go onto these and you can get a piece of the knowledge. It's not like getting a piece of all the knowledge. I mean, deliver us from evil was really something to look at. I mean, and if you're a, I don't know, I'm a priest-like person. Maybe that's my problem. I have no idea. But I'm a priest-like person as a rabbi. Now, a rabbi was able to marry, mm, and you were able to have children in that sect. Okay, you're allowed to have that. You don't have to be geez, I can't go into this. This is too deep. It's so deep. Nobody will understand it that I'm talking to, unless you're a priest. If you're a priest, you'll understand it. Now, priests can marry. They can. It's the church that says they can't. Our rabbis always married. That's why Jesus had a wife. He had a daughter, or at least a son or something, and went to France. Well, I mean, you'd have to understand that. If you study rabbis, they have wives. The wives are very protective of their husbands. And you do know this, right? I mean, I've actually studied Kabbalicism and everything, and I went and started studying the rabbis afterwards. And I'm going, oh, these guys are allowed to have a life and everything. I mean, have children and everything. How do you think they continue to rabbi a sect? They don't have a son or something that they convinced to go into the rabbiism and become rabbis. Oh, well, there you go. I mean, I'm looking at all this information. It's all out there. It's trippy to see it. And I wish I had an audience right now. At least 10 people. How come I don't have 10 people? Friday Night Live now. Wow. They're missing out on everything that they think is real. They're missing out on the unreal that is real. Yeah, I can go into that. I have no problem going into everything. And it's just a matter, and I lost my viewer because, oh my God, he's talking blasphemy or something. No, Jesus Christ had a wife. He had a wife. He had a wife, had a daughter, or at least a son, and she left after crucifixion and went to France. I believe in Brown's book. I actually do. I actually believe that he was man and God. He called himself the Son of Man. He called himself the Son of Man. Now, what do you think that means? You think he was above man and God? No, 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 no. When he said he was a son of man, he meant he was man. And he had a child. And nobody hears. It blows me away. I mean, it doesn't take that much. Right now, I am a priest of the Catholic Church as far as I'm concerned, because I've never had any offspring. I never had a wife or anything. I was fooled into believing in that stupidity. But yet I read back into rabbis and everyone else, and they're allowed to have a child. We're allowed to have a child. Wow, really? I didn't know this at the time. I do know it now, and it's too late for me. And I'm away from all that. It's like I'm going to die a virgin because of these stupid idiots in Catholic Church convinced me. Though I wasn't Catholic, I was Protestant, and they made me believe that. And now I know under Rabbi, you can have children, you can have everything. And Christ was considered a rabbi. He was of the rabbi church. And I'm like going, wow, I'll never have a child. I'll never have a family. I kind of believed in the Catholic Church and not be infiltrated or something. But yet Jesus had a child. That's the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail is actually a daughter. He had a daughter and became the Holy Grail. I actually believe that because I have nothing. I have nothing. When you have nothing, you start understanding that. When you have nothing. And that's when I became a nothing. And between Christian, Protestant, and Catholicism, I became nothing. It actually, I became nothing between the two. And it was like, but then I understand that, Protestants are able to marry and have children. They believe the actual Catholic belief. And I sit back now and know I have nothing because I went along with their paganism, I guess you'd call it. The pagans. They were the ones who should have been burned at the cross and stuff because they didn't believe that Christ could have a child. Yes, he could under the rabbis. Rabbi belief, he's allowed to have a child. Mary, he knew her since she was a child. I don't know how many people knew that she was a child. And her and Jesus used to hang together. And when she got older and he went off on his 13-year, sabbatus out into the wilderness and other places, when he came back, he saw her being called a whore or whatever. This is Paul. Paul was a chauvinist pig. And if you don't know that, you have to do deeper studies in it. He was a chauvinist. He didn't think any women were allowed to be part of church. It was God, the big dick, that created the universe. No, it was the female principle of that created the universe. His dick can't put up. I'm going off now. He can't do nothing but seed the universe. There was a female entity in the universe that birthed it, and it was called the Great Birth. And I don't know if you actually understand that or not. I have no idea if anyone understands that or not. If you understand that, come on here and say yay or nay. I challenge you to say nay or nay. It was a female birthing of the universe. And she gave birth to the universe. He was only the seed of the universe. In other words, males are insignificant except for seeding the universe. Now, why should we worship a cedar over something that actually gives birth to it? Okay, that's what I want to say. This is why I'm a Gnostic, because I believe it's a female who created the universe and not a male. How can a male create a universe? He's just a seeder. He seeds it. But the Holy Ghost actually gave birth to the universe. Let's put that in perspective now. The Holy Ghost, as was written in the Bible, is actually the female. That's the female part of it. And he kind of ruled it. Okay, we'll say that God ruled it all. But the person who put it into place was a female. That is the only thing I want to really put out there. And as Gnostic, that's why there is the Book of Thomas, the Book of Mary, even the Book of Judea. I mean, of Judea. It starts with J. The one who killed Christ with the Romans. I mean, he came out there and pointed him out and everything. Judas. And Judas went and hung himself because of what he did. He said, I got this money and stuff, but I killed my Christ. And that was, well, you understand how all that works? How Gnosticism works and everything? There's no real God. You have to, I mean, I wish I had more viewers. There's not really a God out there. You know, you look up at the sky and you pray to the sky. Okay, you're playing like the Indians did and everything, that were killed and everything for their belief and believing that they worshiped the sky. And the earth was mother. And you can go on with that. I believe that all this stuff was inside us. It's all inside us. God, Jesus, everything is inside us, projecting out. And we're all just projectors, projecting out what we see as what God, Jesus, and the Mother Mary wanted us to see. And they projected it. Now think of everything as an energy wave. Now this goes into physics. Everything's an energy wave. Everything vibrates. Everything moves. Well, we're in that. We're in the vibration. And we just project it as solid forms. Think of it that way. I always have trouble with people accepting that. And I don't know why. I knew this for years. And I already know what everything is. It's a projection. It's a hologram. It's a matrix. It's whatever you want to call it. I mean, we're in it. But we're just experiencers of the creating forces of this universe. Male, female, whatever. And we're able to see it for them. And that's our purpose. That's all our purpose has ever been. Our purpose is ever been projecting and experiencing this. No matter what happens in an individual or everything, they're seeing it, they're absorbing it. And I swear the people who died horribly of it are with them in their thoughts. And well, I mean, I've also heard the computer module, but that's another, it's like the spaghetti monster. And Bob Dobbs, and I mean, you can look upon it as infinite experience, and they're experiencing it, but we're just a projection of their experience, and that's really all we are. I don't know why people don't realize that we're experiences of this. Why do I got a Nick Howe 100 at the bottom of my screen? What do you want? Won't you come on the air? Or do you want to come on the air? No, you're inviting me on a hangout. The broadcast for free, but no doubt. I agree with that. And you want to know if I want to, what? I want to message you. Can't you come onto my site? I mean, here, I'm going to invite you on my site. This is how easy it is. Okay, I'm going to go up the top of my line. It's a big line. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to turn it back down. I'm going to bring you up on here. I'm going to put in my submine. I have to. Oh, never mind. I have to go up here and say hi. Just hi, because they have some weird thing about that. And I'm going to paste this, and you can come on here. Now you should be able. I should be able to paste it. I'm hitting the wrong button. Paste. Okay, there you go. You're on the air. If you're looking near my site on Google Plus, I have an address there. Just come on the air. Nick Howe 100. Do it now. And Vino knows how to get on here. I don't think he has. I mean, he's apparently one of my. Maybe not. I don't know. I thought he was part of my group or something, and okay. What did I not say? You didn't post a link on your Google or here or how you expect people to come on. Well, if you're a member and you're a person that knows me, yeah, you're automatically given the link. There is no link to join conversation. That's why no one can talk on and listen to you. No, if you're able to listen, then therefore you have a link. I guarantee it. That's the way I understand they set this up. And, well, now both of you can come in. I put it on my Google Plus. Snap into it. If you're watching this, you have a link in. All you have to do is set your microphone up and your camera up, and you have to. Do I have to explain this to everyone how to do this? It's really easy. And I mean, there's no thing. I mean, if you have microphone problems, go do your microphone on. I mean, I got Windows 7. I'm sorry. I'm a new person on this. Windows 8 I'll never go to, Windows 8.1, but there's a microphone down there by where your time clock is and your date is, and you click right on it and you're able to go in. If you have a microphone plugged in, a camera, it doesn't matter. It's a camera. I'm using a camera and a microphone. How you like that? I don't have an earphone set or anything. I just got the camera as a microphone, and this is mini cams, and I'm able to project an image up there. There you are. You're on. See how you are? See how, right? What do you mean per question out up there? Turn your mic on. Well, what up with that? Question mark. Give me a break. I know you're smarter than that. I know you're smarter than that. You can come right on in. You've been here before. Come on, the Vinyl Show. Come right on in. I don't know if you're trying to hook me into a network or something. It doesn't matter. What do you want to know? What do you know? There's a question that's even more important. There you are. Oh, I saw your picture for a second. Yeah, I know. You can come in on here. I know you're smarter than that. You gotta be smarter than that. I mean, do I not have you? You don't have a mic. Oh, you're at work. Okay, I understand that. I really do. But you can watch. And let me open up the. Oh God, I didn't have this open. I'm at work and don't have a mic. I don't have a mic at work. I will be a fly on the wall. Buzz, buzz. Okay, now you heard all that, and you know I'm watching you on group. TJ for president. Yeah, why not? Why not TJ for president? I'm amazed TJ's not here. He comes in late at night though. He's one of those people that come in late. If you can invite him, try to invite him too and bring him on. I always like TJ. TJ's up in Indiana. Well, across in Indiana. I think one time he said he was up in Canada, and I was like, really? No, he was actually playing games, I guess, at the time. But yeah, try to get her male erotic dancer. I wonder. No, he has a wife and everything. uh, in his youth, maybe. I don't know. He's kind of rough looking right now. He's probably 10 years my older, and I talk to him and stuff. And I'm 55, so and I don't look 55 when you look at me because I take vitamins and stuff and try to keep myself young. I got a gray beard, and I'll scratch on that. Oh, you know secular, huh? You know secular opinions hang out. You do know that, right? I mean, I know who he is. Oh, okay. I can go along with that. That you know who he is. Well, we met on Von Helton's site, and I was trying to defend him, and that's when we became friends because he's scientifically minded as I am, and Von Helton just reads the headlines and tries to make up something, and yeah, that's what happened between us. His wife supposedly came back. I don't know if that's what he's saying. He says my wife showed up back at the ranch or whatever, and I don't know. I'm just going by what he's saying. He has 3 kids from her. She was 19. He's 50 at the time, and he's now 50. I think he's about my age now, 53, 54. I mean, she went to an asylum. What? Really? petite and was into multiple men, says Vaughn. Well, Vaughn says anything. Oh no, we had a person that knew Vaughn. He's going to go and bring him on. I'm pretty sure Vaughn's going to show up here in about 10 minutes. I don't know who the other person was, but when we started talking about Vaughn, they dropped out, went instantly to Vaughn. They're going to be back. Well, this is something that, you know, wizards know and stuff. I mean, he's going to be on here. He's going to give his point of view. I didn't do anything. All I'm doing is talking to you. And unless it was Vinyl Show that went to get Vaughn. Was this Vinyl? So how are you doing, man? Well, I'm sitting back on vacation because I can't get a job because Obama says I should be on vacation. I have enough money saved up that I can sit back and wait for him to get out of office, and you know, and I don't know. He's trying to do the TTP, or is it the TPP, where they're trying to take away more jobs, and I don't know how that's going to work. I have no idea. What happened with Bowen? Well, the contract ran out. I was doing such a good job. They said, we don't need you anymore. You showed us everything we need to know, and well, we don't want that because we got to go slow. We got $48 million to spend. And when you have $48 million to spend, I guess that you don't want to spend all the money until the end, because you don't give anything back to the Air Force. Oh no, don't give anything back to the Air Force. Did you become an obsolescent? Yes, I became obsolescent. I am one of those tools they used and threw me out. I became obsolescent, and now I'm sitting back and playing that role. I saved enough money up that I'm able to sit back and wait for another job, going back into my electrical field, and actually do wiring and all that stuff, and do that instead of working on microscopes and desoldering wire and stuff. Yeah, I have soldering. I can do microscopic soldering, no problem. I can wick off the terminals and everything. I have all that experience now. I am awesome. I actually gained some skills I didn't have before. And if anyone has any skills out there to desolder stuff and wick off stuff and do all the microscopic electronics on stuff, here I am. I am here. I am here. I became obsolescent. Yes, I did become obsolescent. I just, I did my job too good. And when they asked me if I could go down here and work with this guy on this, I sure said, yes, I can do that. I didn't do it. I was honest. Now, there's a flaw when you're working with corporations. Never be honest. If you're honest with them, they look at themselves as threatened. As I just read this today, and the Monster had this article about things I did, and I did 3 or 4 of them, and I made these supervisors look like they're obsolescent. They looked at me as a threat coming into the job thing in a corporation, and I was too smart. you can't have 140 IQ when they're only hiring 90 IQs, and you can't become that. And that's what happened. Yeah, I have a 50 IQ above them, and I was like, damn, I overdid myself. I thought they wanted something. I actually did. I actually thought they wanted something intelligent to come in here and do the job and make it work efficiently. Oh no, that wasn't what it was. I threatened their job because they only have like maybe 90 or 100 IQ. And they're seeing me coming in there and making ideals and stuff, how to make things more efficient. Oh no, you can't make more efficient. You just gotta be one of the drones. Well, I'm not a drone. I'm a king bee or a queen or whatever bee or whatever you want to call. I'm a superior over them. I'm the king bee, and they couldn't handle that. They just couldn't handle that. And so they made up this stuff and said I did this certain stuff, made up stuff. I mean, they actually went out of their way to say I stole stuff and everything. And I'm like, I never touched anything. I just did my job, but more efficiently. I didn't take anything out of the tank. I didn't do anything like you say I did. Now you understand where they're coming from. They're protecting their ass. It's called CYA. I didn't realize I mean, I've never been in this environment where they had CYA active, and it was totally everyone was CYA, and I'm like, wow. So if I do anything that's superior above them, I'm in trouble. Okay. And they did this guy, his name was Keith. He was an electrician as well as I was. And they shot him out of there 3 months just before Christmas. They shot him out of there. And then I didn't get out until January 23rd. And they shot me out of there and said, you were doing this, you were doing that. And I'm like, I didn't say a word to him. I just kind of, my mouth was almost hanging open. And they said, we're going to have to escort you out the door. And I was just like, I don't know why you're getting rid of me. I guess I must have been too good. And that's when I came up with that I was too good for them. 140 IQs, you don't want to work in a corporation like Boeing or something. You got to be an idiot to work in Boeing. Look at the jets that fell out of the sky and stuff. Telling me about Boeing. Oh, you worked in Boeing? Did you work in that cesspool? they will throw you out if you're too smart for them. I'm telling you. And he left the group. Oh man, I must have really hit a note on that one. I mean, they should call me back in. I don't know why they don't want someone smart. They want idiots. And they have people in here who are idiots that will stab you in the back. Now, I told this guy he was doing the filling on this certain, I can't really say, and he said, I found a little piece of something inside the valve. And I said, well, this guy over here who does this machinery over here, when it doesn't fit in there right or some reason, he says this happens all the time. He has to open it up without being in a laminaire. A laminaire is a thing that sucks all the dust and everything into it, and then blows out clean dust, and it sucks all the. It's a clean room, and I'm sitting back going, well, this was in a clean room. I did my job. I actually look at everything under a microscope before I assemble it, so there's no particles anywhere. Now I had this, I mean, this was a group effort to get rid of me. I'm starting to see a group effort. He went. This guy was a butt sniffer, and he went up to the hierarchions and said, "I don't like this guy" or something, and they threw me out because I was smarter than he was, and he couldn't handle that, and they couldn't handle it, and so I was sent to the door. They told me I did this wrong and this wrong, and we're sending you to the door, and I'll send you on the street on the concrete. And I don't think when they did that, I can collect anything because I was a contractor. Now, my contractor who contracted me, the contracting company, never got a hold of me, never asked me to do anything else. Maybe I should go against them. Maybe I should file a lawsuit against them. Maybe they should get a hold of me right now and tell me they have a job for me. Because when they did this to me, it was like out of the air. It was like I all I did is tell the two major supervisors, I work for both of them, that you don't have product for me to learn, the DC stuff of doing this stuff. I don't have a piece of something to learn on it. Though they had TOs, I could have said, yeah, I'll go right down there and just sit there and read the TO and fall asleep in front of it. I wanted to actually work on something. I'm sorry. I'm actually a worker. I'm not what they were. I mean, most of the people in there, they were what do you call them? People that don't have work and collect money. That's basically what they were doing in that project. And I sit back and go, no, I want to actually make it work. I want, to make the Air Force happy. Oh no, you're not supposed to make them happy. You're supposed to make us happy. And that's what came out of all this. That I was making Bowen happy. I wasn't making Air Force happy. And I thought it was all about the Air Force. That's the way I was introduced into it, that I'm there since I was in the Air Force to make the Air Force happy and make a good job and everything. I mean, these people are so bored doing what they're doing. It's unreal. It is just a money collection thing for them. It's well, you don't want to know any more about Bowen. Not in the ICBM mission. It's boring. It's really boring. It's that boring. It's I can't think of the word. What is the word when you collect money and sit at home? That's the word for it. It's I mean, somebody can say that. Someone say it. Say it now. What is the word when you sit at home, collect money, and do nothing? When you don't have a job. That's what that was. It was like something where you hung around and you went through 8 hours of a boring job and you made money. I'm trying to think of the word. Uh, it's a major thing in the U.S. right now. Everyone that doesn't have a job is on it. And that's basically what it was. But they gave you a job. That was the only different thing. And you worked. And you worked slow. It was for people who were lazy in their and work. And that's what got me. It was like, it's not like you're trying to, well, I was an electrical is get the job done as fast as you can. Don't sit back. Just get the job done. Do it. Make it done. And this one here is like, oh, well, There's nothing for me to do. Let me just sit here and work on this piece of work here and do it as slow as I can. And I went, I can't handle this. I'm an electrician. Electricians, and they knew this when they hired me, that electricians are like, that's why Keith, a friend of mine that I recognized when I was working there, and he was telling me this. He was saying, yeah, these people want you to work like snails. They don't want you to hurry up and get it done. There's no hurry up and get the job done. It's do it as slow as possible. I'm not one of those people. I'm not a lazy fuck out there, excuse the language, that sit there and do hardly nothing and get the job done. I mean, what did call it? Welfare. Welfare is what it's called. Welfare. That's what Bowen is. And the ICBM mission is welfare. They hire these people in. They only work so many hours a day. They get overtime if they want it, but they go as slow as possible. They're not able to come up with ideals to speed the process up for the Air Force, which I work for. And I think they realized that I worked at the Air Force, and it was hurry up and get the job done. And when I got in there, I realized these are a bunch of civilians that hired in, trained them, and they went as slow as they could. Well, I couldn't do that. I'm a person who works on a faster mind track, and that's what happened with me. That's the ideal behind it. And they let me go because I didn't have any work. I worked myself out of a job. I actually had a guy named Micah tell me, you're going to work yourself out of a job if you keep going at this pace. And I didn't understand that because, when they stuck me down this one section where I was working on this one product, they were behind. And I decided, well, I'll speed that up and bring them into the green at least, if not the black, At least bring them up into the halfway into it. Oh, no, that's not what they wanted. Oh, that never was what they wanted. And they didn't actually come up to me and say, we want you to slow down. They never came up and said that. And that was the thing I had to come up on my own. They didn't want to slow me down. They just watched me burn myself out. And like I said, I went on Monster, and they had an article on Monster that talked about how you're losing your job. And they actually went through and pointed out everything I did wrong. I should have been not doing anything I did, speeding up anything, making anything profitable or anything like that. I should have just did my job and sat back as a slave. And I said, no, I'm not a slave. I'm actually somebody who's a worker. And that's what happened. And I went through all this, and I went, wow, I want something if I was working at Bowen, I want something where I'm working on something all the time. I want to be mechanical or something and actually turning a screwdriver or something all day long. Well, when I was disassembling, that was perfect for me. They didn't like me doing that because they ran out of work. The disassemble ran out of work. I was able to do almost 2 of those a day. And they were going, he's overworking us. We're not making money in Bowen because he's overworking and not using the money that we're given. Okay. That was another sign. I actually now go back after reading the article in Monster about things you did wrong, that you got laid off or whatever. And I'm right. damn, I did all those because, when I was electric, like I said, when I was an electrician, you had to do it all and do it as quick as possible. Put in an outlet, put in a switch, put in, and wire it up and move on to the next. And when I got in there, I was just too efficient for them. And I didn't realize that. And it almost lasted a whole year. I went on the 28th of February and got out on the 23rd of January. They just ran me through until I ran out of work. And then they said, well, you did this wrong. You did this wrong. And I was talking to the other people who do the same job on the side, that they're doing other jobs now. And they actually said, we do the same mistake all the time. We'll put this in wrong or we'll put in right, and it doesn't work. And the guy at the EC unit has to pull it out and put it back in. That's all he does. And seal it back up, put it on the tester, and it works. And I went, what? I did the same thing. But I was a contractor. Oh my God, I'm just a temporary, basically, to them. And they found that I was too efficient and ran me out. And all these other people have the same skills, but I caught them up. That was the whole thing. I think I was brought in there. They were behind by, so many units from 2013. I was in 2014, and they were so far behind, they needed somebody to come in there and catch them up. And that's what I did. I was scrutinized for it, catching them up and actually going through the 15s and before 2015. And when I got into 2015, I was way ahead of the 2015 project. Well, okay. I've been sent out. They sent me out and put me on the curb, as they call it. Put me on the street. And I ended up on the street working for Boeing in ICBM. There you go. Now you know. Everyone knows. All I can say is the ICBM mission is the greatest mission that we ever had. I had a colonel come in and tell us that. Go out and tell them that you're working on the greatest mission of the ICBM. It's just a missile that goes up and gyros in and drops warheads off on a target. That's basically it. Now, I know we have whoop-de-doos as well as China and Russia. They're like cruise missiles. They're able to whoop-de-doo over mountaintops and stuff and then fire out nuclear weapons out of the end of it. We're just a welfare project. We're the people who are on the end, and that's what we are. If everything else fails, we have the ICBM. It comes out of the missile silos up in whatever states, and I can name them, but I don't think those are classified because everyone knows they come out of Montana and all those places, and there's missile silos up there. Okay, Kansas, or Kansas was part of the movie of the day after, and well, I don't know if they got those still there or not, but I know in all the northern places they got all these things. And they show this to you, and they show them off of YouTube. I mean, you can look this stuff off of YouTube and find out about the whole system. I mean, everything, how it goes up, how it goes over, how it splits off these nukes over a target or a nuke, and it'll come right down on the target within 3 feet. I mean, yeah, they can do that with those. But when you have the whoop-de-doos that Russia supposedly has in China, how are you going to track them when they're traveling on right over mountains and stuff, ground feet, and they're coming in on cruise missiles? You're not going to be able to see them. And they know this, and they're trying to tell us that we're the final solution. Well, yeah, after several cities have been destroyed by nuclear weapons, of course these are going to come over and come down because nothing to stop them, and they're going. And yeah, final solution. Think of Nazi Germany. Final solution. There's what you're looking at. Final solution, and that's the end of the world, right there. In a scenario, I must have spent what, an hour or so on this, and I'm telling you, final solution. They got the final solution, and it's kill everything, and the world becomes just a dead planet, except for the ones that go in the underground bases, the dumbs. And the dumbs are out there, and they all jump underneath, and all these bombs are blowing up on the surface, and they stay down there for 100 years or so to let the radiation drop down a little bit. Yeah, yeah, that's the final solution. Yeah, they got that. They got aliens. They got them all. Aliens. Or hell, they got jump gates to Mars. What the hell? They go over to Mars, live like kings, and then come back here when everything is okay on Earth again. I mean, what the hell? It's it's all well-known knowledge. Nothing's secret. They want it to be kept secret. They don't want anyone to voice it out. Of course not. You're too busy jabbing, punching, and going through life, trying to get your family into college, your children in the college, yourself in the retirement, man. Yeah. Bill Bill Gates. What is his name? He was a military officer back in the 90s. He used to talk about this. He used to talk about all that stuff. And he used to, Geitz, Gitz, I think it was. And he used to come out and talk about all this stuff, how you're jabbing and everything. And they're going to be doing this in the future. Or what he told us in the 90s is now happening right now. And gives you a little bit of gas. Should. And this is all happening. Or it don't matter. I'm not getting any more military contracts under any classification anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I'm at the end of that. The only reason they'd bring me in is something higher than that is they know I know and they want to bring me in, and I keep my mouth shut. But that's beside the point. And that's the only way I get back in. If they just bring me in and say, okay, sign this paper. Says you won't say anything. Well, the paper I signed when I was at Bowen was stupid because a general came out and said, tell everyone about the ICBM mission and how great it is, how we're going to protect our country. Well, yeah, I can say that. But I never said a word about any of the classified information I had. I really never talked about it. What I did, it was something that was already known on YouTube, and you could see it on YouTube. Yeah. It's a different world. We're in a different world today than we were 2 years ago even. talked about the UFOs. I mentioned S4. Now, S4 does exist. It's about 5-10 miles southwest of Area 51. And that's well known. There's many things about that. That wasn't in my contract to talk about, so I can talk about it today. And see, they got UFOs. They got all this stuff. They got a star fleet out there. And you can go on YouTube and see all about it. It's out there. It's real. And I never have met the men in black. And I know they exist out there. But they know I'm protected for one reason or another. And they just go on with it. Anyone want to talk? Anybody want to talk? Talk about what they've seen on YouTube, what they've seen on other sites or anything, and if they worked in the military and understand what's going on. You can talk. It's Friday Night Live now. And it's open subjects. Okay. I guess there's no one out there to talk about this. I'm always amazed I don't get anyone on here that wants to talk about it. It's open subject night. It's like C2C, coast to coast. Come on here. This is different than phone line. Just come on here and start talking. And you can be on the air. You don't have to use your real name or anything. Just come on here and say, I'm John Doe and I want to talk about this. Anyone? Anyone? Yeah. Well, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. Just 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Come on. Start talking. All right. I have no one else coming on here. It's pretty wild. I have an open phone line basically, and Lionel's not on here anymore as far as I can see. He kind of left the audience, and Lionel show's not on here. Now, anyone else who wants to come on here can come on here. I mean, I can invite people again on here, and I can try to get people to come on here. For I know, I want. I mean, I can do this. Team members, all of us, and I can post them on, and they can come on here. But it's just a matter of fact that it's Friday night. A lot of people are out doing whatever they do normally on Friday nights. Out drinking, partying, and everything else, and don't care about what's going on with the government and everything, and they don't care that, we're being taken down the chute and put into nowhere. But, well, I mean, you can come on. I usually don't do this because I get people on there. No, I got that listed. I hear a voice in the background somewhere, but it's not. Oh, true. I just went to vinyl. It says just because you listen doesn't mean you have the link just now. And well, I agree. I mean, I tried to put the link on, and I'm just okay. Let's do this. I have another way of linking. Sasha, Dutch, Aaron, Kenny, Dingo. A dingo on there twice. I want Botar on here. He seems to be anti-me, and I don't know why. Billy Wads. Where you went to Billy Wads? Wow. I don't want dissent on here. I'm trying to find people I know. Couch Potato wants to be on. He's a trip. Okay. Green Diamond. I'll put him on again. I got myself on here. Wow. A lot of people. Lance Carson. You can put these people on. And X. I know Jeff X. And oh, Paul Wayne. Of course, I want him on here. Secular Revenge. Secular Opinion. So many times I have to put him on here before he appears on here. Brain Enema. Logic Only. Oh, I like Logic Only. There's some of these people. Zombie Hunter 13. I don't know if I want him on or not. It all depends, you know. It's like I really don't know. Invitation sent to 20 people. Okay. And I'll probably get some people on here now because I've picked out certain individuals that I've talked to before. Some of them, a couple of them I haven't, but they seem to be, you know, cool, I guess. I don't know. Find out when they come on that they want to come on here. It's 10:20 and 10:19 on a Friday night. Yeah, Friday Night Live now, and maybe they want to come on. I don't know. Like I said, I went through my links on here, and I have 20 of them not responding. Invite more. Okay. Total Wist. I like Total Wist in some respects. I just don't want him to do what he does. Arcade symbol. Or I'm kind of I'm trying to find people that I know I can invite on here. And oh, she'd be all right. Healing Source. I don't know. Oh, KBZ. I don't want KBZ on here. He's a troll. Oh, he's even for the troll action. And Shirley 29. I don't know who you are, but I have a picture. Teresa in Japan. Okay. And I did Brain Enema. I thought I did. WSJ with Live. Okay. I sent invitations out, and I'm waiting for them, because right now I have nothing on here but one person. My followers aren't alive right now. They're doing other things, and I put certain people on here, and put TJ on here. I ain't put him on his other site. TJ's pretty good. I like talking with him. He always wants me to come over and fix stuff for him. He says, "Would you just come over and fix some of this stuff for me? I have broken stuff, and you come over." I mean, it's like, well, I'd come over there, but probably if I came over there, I wouldn't have tools to fix everything. but I can fix everything. You have the tools. How's that? Yeah. There's two people. One person. Oh, they came on. They went off. They're not ready to talk. Makes me gas. Hang on a second. I'll be back in a moment. I'll fill my beer cup up. Drinking beer. Have a little gin. Gin's okay. I don't really like it. But, you know, I do like gin. I like gin actually over vodka. Vodka's pretty weird to your system. And gin's all right. I had gin. I don't know. Gin's a little softer to my system than vodka is. I don't know if it's because it's made out of pine needles or junipers. And maybe a little messy with my beer tonight. Just trying to make a mess on my counter. And can't have that. Oops. One viewer. Nobody's talking. Nobody knows. Apparently I know too much. Okay. Well, you just sent me to open up my Yahoo search. Well, how did they get that on there? Oh, never mind. It used to be MSM. Well, no, I don't have anything. Yahoo. Okay, I'm trying to know if I know any of these people are trending right now. And looking around. It would have been nice if it would just open me back into my emails and stuff. Doesn't do it. Okay. Still open here. Okay, I got shared at 10:29, and people can come in. It's on my G Plus. I guess I need to open up well, my Yahoo and put my link on there. I'm afraid to do that because I get these crazy people coming in on my Yahoo Plus. And on my Yahoo. Actually, it's not really Yahoo Plus. I look on Yahoo Plus and I go, well, let me go to my channel and find out what's going on here. Okay. Welcome all. Is that what I put down? Welcome all. 4 views so far. Wait a second.
Let me make sure this is part of what I'm doing. Okay, that's not apparently it. And I'm recording right now. Open talk now. There it is. Open talk now. And I want to go there and see if I won't open. I won't talk. Okay, I have on the 12th. Okay, I've actually put on a link to where I am right now on YouTube. That makes it different because when I went to YouTube, my channel, I didn't have that listed for some reason. Welcome all. And there was 30 minutes. And looking right now, videos. Okay, do I have anything open right now? 2 hours ago. Okay, welcome all is still active right now. I thought so. And I'm on here right now. I mean, I can't believe I don't have more audience than I do. On a Friday night this late, I mean, they should come in and go, "Hey, Brad, how you doing?" I go, "Yeah, here I am. Spellbinder 00." And I'm not getting it. It's just not happening. And I don't know why. I got my firework image back and everything, and I'm not getting anything. A firework image. And I'm amazed that I don't have more people on here just coming in and going, "Hi." I mean, you got Nadia. You got Nadia out there, and she has 10 people all the time. I have a trouble getting on there, but she argues he argues this site as a transgender. Maybe that's what I should do or something. Say, I'm going to go transgender, and I'll get all these Christians on here and everything, and they'll all show up and play the game and everything, and just don't understand that. It's like, I'm talking, astronomical and everything else, maybe Planet X or whatever, like C2C, coast to coast, and I don't get the audience. It's weird. It's weird. You talk transgender and suddenly you're the star of the internet. And well, I don't understand that. I should have a lot of people too talking scientific or something. I mean, I should have well, hell, I tried to go through this thing on a channel next to mine, which is YouTube. And I suddenly don't have all the I just don't have all the stuff. And apparently I'm not talking about the right subjects that she's apparently talking, right? Hmm? Welcome all. I don't even remember what I called my site, but I'm on here. And here right now. I have 5 views that are watching. And I don't know. I'm trying to put on my new link if I could. And I'm getting upload or something like that. And okay, copy. No, not gonna copy it, is it? Copy. No, that's not it either. I'm on another off branch of this channel, and it's very freaky. Ah, there you go. Hello, TJ. No, you're not TJ. You're out of there, Frodo, or whatever. How do you pronounce that? It's you have a hard name to pronounce.
Yep.
And you're on here. Okay. Aldo Flero. Is that how it's pronounced? Aldo Flero?
No.
No, how do you pronounce that? It looks like ADOLFO. I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce that. If there's a pronunciation for it. I mean, really.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, it does. It does a lot because it's kind of like, well, how do I introduce you when others come on here? I mean, it's one of those words that I'm sorry to go. This is, well, how do I pronounce that? Adolfo. Adolfo? Is that how it's pronounced? I mean,
Yeah.
okay. I'm trying to figure out how to introduce you on the air if someone else comes on and pronounce you on the air. It's one of those, you know, I have trouble with some of these, you know, icons names that they have out there or handles. And I'm trying to, you know, make it correct. I want it correct when I introduce you and stuff. And TJ's on here. Oh, he came in on GDN. All
Yeah,
right,
that's it.
GDN.
Yeah.
There you go. I knew if I introduced you on one of your channels, I'd finally get you on here.
I'm very honored to be on your show tonight. What's on the agenda?
It's an open subject. What do you want to talk about? I'll usually do an open subject. That way I get many people to come in. I mean, we want to talk about the JED or whatever 15 and or JEM 15 or whatever it is. I'm still kind of talking about everything else with, you know, what's going on with the government, looking around with it, and I don't know what you know about what they're up to, but they're up to taking over America, and it's well known that they're going to do this. I knew this 10 months ago. They're saying they're going to come out with this system, and they're going to go around with military people running around with their M16s and stuff, you know, make people used to seeing F-16s running on the street. Well, that's anti-constitutional. I mean, in the Constitution, there was never anything that said they were allowed to run around the street with M16s as far as the guard and the military. And
Well,
suddenly I'm seeing it everywhere.
we've become just another banana republic, don't you see? Just another banana republic.
Yes, that's what we're running into, a banana republic. And it's blowing me away that they're just coming out with it. And they're doing it on the mainstream media as if it's okay. Everything's okay. They're out there doing exercises and everything. Well, apparently something's coming down the pipe. I don't know what it is.
What about that Russian astronomer? And he discovered that asteroid that's headed right at us. And it's supposed to hit September 15th or September 24th.
Now, I
What
heard
about
something
that?
about September 15th. I didn't know exactly what it was, but you just pinned it on the pony. It's asteroid, I guess. I have no idea what's coming this way, but I just heard that everything's going to go down the tubes on September 15th. That's what I heard.
And if you notice, all the troops are far away from the East Coast. All the majority of all these mobile forces have got all our artillery and every guns and everything out west. And they say if this thing hits off the coast of Florida, it's just going to wreak havoc to the East Coast.
Wow. Well, I heard about the volcano that's off the coast of Spain or whatever, and it will slide off and cause a tsunami. Now, if that happens, that will be. I heard about something about this. There was going to be the asteroid hits. It's going to cause a small tsunami or maybe a large one, and then that's going to slide off and give a second tsunami off to the East Coast, and everything's going to be wiped out on the East Coast. New York, everything. I mean, all the way down the line. And I seem to be in a safe zone in a way. I mean, I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm far enough in Ohio, and you're in Indiana or something. It's not going to wash over us.
What a perfect way to fill a FEMA camp. Tell everybody there's an asteroid coming. They've got 3 days to get to the nearest FEMA camp. It's the only safe place on Earth. And everybody will buy into it, and boom, locked down. Everybody will be making license plates for the rest of their lives.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a thing coming this way. I mean, something wicked comes this way, as they say. And yeah, I see that, and it's a weird occurrences. I just wonder if the Starfleet out there is going to stop it before it hits. That's what I'm wondering. I mean, we have a Starfleet out there. I've watched many videos about these. They actually created these cigar-shaped ships, and they're able to go from one part of the galaxy to the other. Maybe they will save us. Maybe.
Well, in case you may not be aware of this, there is a place in northern Russia, foreboding dark forest, so filled with terror that nobody's even able to visit there. The few people that have visited there have come out with horrifying radiation burns and so on. And the National Geographic expedition failed miserably because their star lead photographer and chronologist, or whatever you call him, he got deathly ill, and yet when he was analyzed by the doctors back home, there was nothing wrong with him. Now, what happened was there's a myth that goes back thousands of years to this ancient tribe of Indians and natives that live up there. And what happened was the aliens, the advanced beings, built these huge iron towers that could be raised and lowered in time of need to defend the Earth against incoming space rocks, basically.
Wow.
And they had been used thousands of years ago to defend the Earth. And the ancient legend says that they served their purpose and what it was a huge iron teapot, a gigantic thing that a reindeer could fit under. They had reindeer up there,
Yeah.
and an explorer at the turn of the century was able to get in there, and they took some notes on these things. They were like iron domes, a half a sphere sticking out of the earth.
Wow.
And the people had repeatedly had deadly burns, some kind of radiation burns from these things, and no one could survive there. It was too harsh in the winter in this forest. I think it's called the Forest of Death, and you could only get in there at a certain time of the year. They had to use a little biplane to fly around. They finally found one of these, what they call domes, these iron domes, and they took an iron rod. Now this was so disappointing. They were located because there were these huge depressions where these iron domes had sunk, and they created a pond-like effect. And the one pond was like 150 feet across, and they said there's definitely one in there, but it's too far and too deep, so we're going to go, there's another one over here, we're going to check it. So they went to the smaller circle, and they got out in the middle. It was like 5 foot deep, and they took a 10-foot rod or something, and they jammed it down there, and they could feel they hit something real hard, metal. But at that time, then they had to quickly abandon ship because their guy was in the canoe and he's laying down on the ground. He couldn't breathe. He was like going into shock. So they had to rowboat out of there.
I've seen that documentary where they talked about those, where they went up there after Tenosca, which was the giant meteor crash, and they went up there and started, and it may be that these things come up out of the ground and they have a protection thing, kind of like in Star Trek. Now that's the only thing I can come to, and they come out and they fire these rays up in the air, and they project the asteroid away from the planet, and that's the only thing I can come up with. If it's not our space group, it's up there shooting these things out of the sky. It's like the one in Russia when they had that asteroid coming down. There was something that shot through the asteroid, broke it apart, and though many people were injured, it wasn't going to be as bad as it was if it hit the ground. And it blew that thing apart, and it was like a projectile that went through the asteroid. And I'm kind of thinking that we still are under space command, on our planet, and we're out there and we're doing that stuff. And McKenna actually came up with that. I mean, McKenna before that happened, McKenna came out and said, we have people who are registered off-world, and they have spaceships that were named, naval vessels, and they don't exist on the planet. There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, we're under protection for a certain amount of time. They have bases on Mars. I don't agree with that, but I do agree with it when I see these videos where it shows a guy's shadow cleaning the solar panels off of our probes and stuff, and the probes are able to go on and do repairs on them. Well, yeah, we're out there. We're out there, and it's something beyond our imagination as far as that's concerned. Yeah, we're somehow on Mars, and we're on everything, and we are on there.
All right, if you say so. I did not know
Well,
that.
I've seen the videos, and I've looked at them carefully, and I'm looking at it that you see a shadow of a guy who's next to the probe where it's looking somewhere else, and he's cleaning the panels off on the he's cleaning all those panels off of the rovers and stuff, and taking the dust off of them, and saying, yeah. So they keep working. They only work for about a year, is what they predicted, is what I heard from NASA. Never a straight answer. And they said they don't supposed to work more than a year. Well, apparently somebody's up there cleaning the panels off and making everything work. And we're seeing them working on those panels.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I buy that. I'm not sure if I buy into that.
I do. I actually buy into that. I mean, they have windstorms up there, put the lunar dust on the panels, and somebody's got to clean those off to make those probes keep working. We're being told one story, and there's another story. There's two NASAs out there. There's never a straight answer, NASA. And then there's the National Aeronautical, NASA out there. And we're being told, can't do this, but yet it happens. And these are out there finding all this stuff. I mean, I've seen statue heads that's buried on Mars because of the disaster that happened on that. And there was a disaster on that. Ancient civilizations, maybe the Anunnaki, and they show these heads and stuff sticking up out of the ground. And I sit there and go, you have to go, you know, there's something out there. You're watching those too, aren't you? I can hear it in the background.
Yeah, there's a. My son is analyzing all the movies and also the audio mixed.
Yes.
It's all audio mixing.
Yeah.
And that's his life. Audio mix, video games, and movies. Those three objects. And PC cybering.
Well, I'm amazed that he has to go into that when he goes to the real thing and see everything. And say these games are a bunch of bunk. And well, he likes to play them. That's okay. I mean, but that's okay.
He used to go up the raves, up to the underground clubs, and run around and everything. You know,
see, I
fancy parties in Chicago, and run around the city like a wild man. And then one day he came home with black eyes, and that was the end of that.
Wow.
Somebody punched him. Somebody.
Wow. He ran into the wrong group. And, it's the wrong group. And maybe
you know,
them up.
Do you know there's a guy, his name is Nick How 100. An hour ago he said, there's no link to join the conversation. That's why no one can talk. Only listen. You must have something turned OV instead of off. You must have something turned of. Do you know Nick How 100?
Let me go over here and open up everything. I mean, I have Vino's show on here. I know Shore's talking to me. But if there's something on the right side I can turn on, I'll turn it on. If you can find it. I mean, I don't know. I may be being blocked out. You know, it's a possibility I'm being blocked out. And
Yeah.
it's something, you know, I am not aware of, and being blocked out because they don't want us to know stuff they don't want us to know. Always love that site too. Stuff they don't want you to know.com.
Well,
And I feel like I'm maybe being involved in that because when I lost my Bowen contract, uh, there's something going on. They don't want everyone to know. And I start talking about that at some point in my experience there. And I'm going, well, they're playing with stuff here that I don't know. I know.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Deborah Tavares and one of her connections happened to get a document posted by NASA, and it tells how they want to eventually transhumanize and blend the human and the machine into one with the chipping and with all the electronics programming and everything and the propaganda and so on, hypnotic deal. And they want to eventually replace humans with robots as soon as possible because they're more reliable. They don't break down. If they do, they can be repaired and so on. Deborah Tavares, look her up. Watch her videos. Go to her site, stopthecorruption.net, or I think that's it, or something like that. And I like the lady.
Maybe we're
I like what
under
she
that.
says.
Yeah, maybe we're under something like that. And when I went into these places where I was at, and they said, you're not right for this place because you don't want to be chipped or anything. And I just sit back and go, no. And they look at me and they realize I am a wizard and they don't want me in their, you know, because I won't agree with it. I won't go into it. And Bowen, I was in with a bunch of retards, and you know, 90 IQ to me. I'm 140 IQ plus, and I'm like going, uh, you know, I have a way of making this work better. They didn't want to hear that. They didn't want to hear better. They just wanted, they just wanted them to do their job and do their, and when they realized I didn't want to do better, they were upset about that. And I actually believe that I was thrown out because I didn't want to do better. And they want me not to. And I'm looking at the people I worked around and I observed them. You know, it's one of these observing things where you kind of look around and you go, well, maybe they didn't want me to observe them better. I mean, they actually made up stuff. They stowed stuff while I was working and stuff, and said, "You took these tweezers. These little tweezers were like $1.50. Why would I steal a damn tweezer that's $1.50 and take it out of the tank and everything?" And then there was other things they did. They did this mind tricks. It's called, you know, Jedi mind tricks, and it's like it doesn't work on me. And they had to figure out that I wasn't in with them. I wasn't part of them. I was somebody else.
Pardon me.
Yeah. I was actually part outside of them. Maybe I'm an alien to them. I don't know. I'm sitting back going, I didn't do this. And they finally,
Speaking of aliens, it's funny you, pardon me, but it's funny you mention that because I was out shopping and I'm thinking, these people around me, they are asleep. Do they know what Fukushima is? Do they know that nuclear power reactors are going to kill the entire Earth soon? Do they even care?
do they even care? Yeah.
Do they know that the monetary system is so corrupt, it's so rigged? Every day they lie and lie more and rig it more every day, and Wall Street just keeps getting funnier and squirrelier. Do they even care? Do they even know anything about Jade Helm 15? Do they really know what Jade Helm 15 is when they have all the military on the streets and big bombs going off and machine guns? They don't know.
I know.
So I'm walking
I'm on
around
the
the
same
grocery
line.
store. I'm walking around the grocery store and there's people around and I go, honey, something like, honey, you better hurry up. Your spaceships outside are waiting for you. You better get going. Your spaceship's here. And people look up at you.
Actually,
Whoa. Never got a reaction like that.
wow.
Spaceship? What's he talking about?
He knows one of us. Watching, you see him talking to the watch. He knows one of them. Like in the movie. What was that movie? It was the one with the wrestler in it and stuff. Yeah, I understand. I understand that. What was that called? It was called. Oh God, my mind's blank right now as far as when you bring up this stuff, and I already know it, but yeah, there's aliens out there, and they're saying there's one of them that sees us. What was that
Yeah.
movie named? Oh God, I'm trying to think of the name of that movie. It was a great movie, and it was. Let me look down my movie list. I'm sure I got that movie on DVD. If I don't, I got it on something else. But and they know we're here. And I always look at that. And yeah, that's a true movie in its own way, where you have these sunglasses on and you're able to see that everything says breed, believe.
They live.
They live.
Roddy Piper is a great
Roddy
actor.
Piper. That was it. That was it. Roddy Piper. You came up with it. I couldn't think of that name if I had to. But yeah, Roddy Piper, and he's on this in this world where everything's controlled by the aliens. And the aliens took over the transmissions and everything. It was like, yeah, that's
Just
true.
like real life. Just like real life.
And it is. You watch the news networks, and I mean, there was another night. My mom came down, said the N word and stuff, and she was pissed off with what she was saying on. And I just kind of looked at her with the cat face and everything, and looked at her, and I had the cat face on, and I erased that movie. I mean, the entire show. It was gone. I went, no, you can't be on there. Somebody caught it and start showing it on their websites. And I went, oh shit, it's already been caught. It's already been caught. And all I did is turn around and look at her, and then turn back, and I had my cat face still. And I'm like, And I'm like, I kind of shrugged my shoulders, and
Well, at least you deleted it. That's fine. You're
yeah,
all right.
it's gone. I went and shouldn't like if people are colors because of I don't know. She's not in my race where I see no color. I'm one of those that grew up in no color, and I actually say there's no color. I mean, if there's a gray that walked in front of me, I'll just look at him and go, "Hi, how are you?" I mean, I don't care what race of being you are. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It depends on how you treat me. When you come and treat me, that's how I'm going to judge you, is by your treatment to me. Now, she never had anyone treat her bad. It's all hearsay and everything. And
Pardon me, but I'm going to have to attend to some business for a brief time. So I'm going to have to shut off my audio and just kind of hang around, all right, silently. I've got to check on a couple things. I've got a big day tomorrow. I've got people coming in with a 33-foot motorhome, and I've got to make sure everything is in order. So,
okay, no problem.
are
I
you
can
going to
try
be on
to.
for a while? Because
I can. I
unless
can
you,
try to bring in other people. I mean,
I'll
I
just sit
got
here
two
in the
people
dark.
watching here. I don't know if it's us. I never
Well,
understood how that works.
just
Yeah.
to show you that I'm not a robot, you can see that
Yeah.
I got rid of my beard because it wasn't my wife didn't like that too much, so I had to get rid of that.
Didn't like
It's
the
it's
goat.
all right.
Oh, come on. She
No, I got a
called it.
haircut the other day, and she said it looks like I didn't even get a haircut, and it was just one mistake after another.
Oh, man.
I'll be right back.
Okay. I see you in a few. Anyone else want to come on? Anyone else want to come on and talk? I got uh 8 spaces on here. 8 spaces that you can come on and talk about anything you want to talk about. It's an open line for the night. It's 11:06 Eastern time, and you can come on and talk. You can say your mind. It doesn't matter. Say I love whatever or I hate whatever. It doesn't really matter. It's an open line. I mean, we're talking open. It's an open transmission on Google. I had a third came on, couldn't understand it, maybe turned off because he couldn't understand the language. I know I got 2 people on here who can speak English. Can you speak English? Anyone speak English? Come on. Turn your camera on. You don't have to show yourself. If you have many cams, you can have an image like I do. You can have an image like TJ does. I mean, it's an icon is your icon. You can come on and talk and nothing happens. I mean, what? I'm going to tell you about S4. You want me to tell you about Area 51? You want to talk about the government taking over the country and giving it over to the UN? Is there any Europeans that agree with that? I mean, it's an open subject. Are we taking? Is the world being taken over? the billions of us being taken over by 1,000 of us. I mean, that's the whole thing. 1,000 are taking over the billions with a B capital. And you're going to allow that to happen? You're going to allow Obama to say TTP is okay and reduce the job numbers in our country? We have nothing. Remember, we used to have manufacturing companies with gears and everything and all this stuff. But yet, you're going to allow them to take that away from you after they take it away from us? That's the topic at best. At best, that's the topic. You're not going to have nothing after we're gone. And I'm sorry for your countries. I'm sorry for everything. I give my soul that my government is evil to the core and wants to destroy the world. And I'm really, under industrial military complex and under corporate fascism that's taken over our government. Yeah, we're like Hitler. Yeah, we're all that. You can just come in and say, I agree with you. And I agree with me too. I'm saying we're taken over by fascism. And people don't realize that, don't talk forward, don't say anything. Don't come on here and say, yes, we're being taken over by fascism. Really? You're gonna stay silent? You're gonna stay in the dark? Thank you. I'm glad you came on. Turn your mic on. Say hello. I know you have the power to. If you can't do it, I'll tell you how to do it. Because I ran into the same functionality of Google or even Microsoft, and all you have to do is print up, I can't do this, and I will print in that chat box how to get on here and say hello. Hi. I mean, I'm trying to talk to these people. I'm trying to wake people up. Somebody's got to wake them up. Somebody's got to be the fire wolf that says no to their governments, because the governments are doing wrong. They're doing things that are just not right. You agree with that, right? Right. Everyone agrees with that. Every government is doing wrong right now. They've got this power trip going on, and they're trying to run the people and try to tell them, this is how you have to think. Well, if you're a constitutionalist, it's the people that run the government, not the people are run by the government. And that's the truth of it all. And we need to wake up and recognize that our governments have gone rogue. And they are rogue. They've went rogue. I don't care if you work for the government or whatever, you know the higher-ups have ran rogue. And we all have seen everything go rogue. And they're sitting there making policies and stuff. I mean, you have the President of the United States, pencil whipping words onto a piece of paper, and suddenly that becomes law of the land. That reminds me of the king that had no clothes, and a child was able to look up there and see he had no clothes on. And well, that's what's happening right now. We're in that season of control, and we need to step up and say no, no. You do not go against the Constitution. You do not go against the independence of the what? How many of them? 10. There's 10 of them out there, but there's more after that. The 25th is what we should be using right now to get rid of the president. Right now, the 25th Amendment is what we should be using to get rid of the president of the United States. And then use it on his vice president when he comes in. As soon as he comes in. And we need to stop them right now as we're speaking. They need to be removed. They need to be taken out. And they need to be tried for the war crimes that they have committed, where they did do a bunch of war crimes. Bush did a bunch of war crimes. If you haven't seen that, Obama made Bush look like a good guy. And each president does the same thing. And I'm looking at all the presidents back, and each one of them have looked like the wrong thing. And then I lose one of them. And he goes away. Because when I said Bush, oh my God, that's his God. And he has to worship to him, bow down to him. Well, it's like the rest of them bowing down to Obama, which is a criminal just like Bush, and they just don't recognize it. They never recognize the criminal because this criminal did something that they liked, but everything else is okay. If they have war against Palestinian and war against Ukrainian and war against all these other countries in the universe, Afghanistan and the rest of them. You know, these people will be trading with us right now. They got stuff to offer if we didn't fight them. And, well, a lot of them doesn't know this. And it always blew me away. They never knew what was real and what isn't. And I'm always going, my God, we're working under these secret organizations and stuff in government.
Save on our most fuel-efficient vehicles ever. The brand more people buy and buy again.
Call yourself the dirty now? Oh, wait, you're a Vinyl show. You're not dirty. Do you believe in Bush and you believe in Obama and you believe in all these corrupt government? The government, not the people. I believe that all people are equal except for the corrupt government. You go sit back there, Vinyl show, and be a vinyl. You know what vinyl means. I'm talking vinyl here, and he's not talking, but he knows.
No, I had to come in under another account because somebody had me blocked. Whoever was in here before and that just left, or you or TJ. So if it wasn't you two, it was that guy that just left.
So you have a copy. Wow.
No, well, it's got the same icon, but I had this account before. It's like my backup channel.
Wow. But you understand that the government went corrupt. not the people, the government. I mean, in Israel, I believe the people are pure because they're going against Netanyahu and they're going against these other governments, and they believe that it's not them doing it, it's their government doing it because they have the power and the might to play these games. And they're playing games, right? I mean, you understand the games play, and they're playing games. They're using different organizations and everything. The IMF, let me think of some of the other organizations. There's a bunch of them out there. Uh, the corporate government and everyone else is coming in and they're trying to take over the world. And it's the few against the many. And we're the many. We should have the word, not them. I don't care how smart they think they are. I have 140 IQ. I can see through them. But you know, it's an ideal that they're coming through and trying to take over the world, and they think they're godlike or something, and they're going along with this. Isn't that what you would think, Mr. Vino Show? I mean, you have a show, right?
Yeah, I do. I do. I'm actually doing one more, and then I'm not gonna do any more videos on YouTube for a while.
I can understand that. I mean, you get told that you're, whatever Semitic or something, and there's no anti anything. It's the government's making that up, and they're playing the game, and they're playing it on us, and they want us to believe in that, and they want us to think that, Iran is bad, and they're good, and it goes on with that over and over again. And it's the same play that they're trying to do to create this conflict on the world so they can make money off of it. Be the military complex, be the corporate agenda. It's fascism is what it is. We ran into fascism again, and we're under fascism. And here we are, all over again, fascism. It repeats itself like a broken record. It repeats it over and over again. And they've done this for 1,000 years, and it's like, no, we're not going to accept it this time. This time, we're going to say no. We're going to step up as the people of the planet and say no. There is no global warming. That's a farce. There is no, if there's global warming, it's caused by the big ball in the sky. It's not caused by, people breathing CO2. And that's Al Gore's dream with his friend Blood, Gore and Blood, and they're gonna it's just a dream to them. It's a dream, but it's not going to happen if we stand up to them and say, no. Blood and Gore, go away. You already lost the fight against global warming. I mean, they just had snowstorms in the Midwest and or actually further west, and they have and Europe they had snowstorm. And it's like, no, we're going into a global ice age of a proportion that is only going to be about 30, 40 years. It's a mini ice age, as they call it. And we're going into that. That's what we're going into. We're not really going into a global ice age as far as they're concerned. Now, I have to say, as far as they're concerned, when I say that, because they want to believe that everything's heating up, everything's roasting up, everything's melting. I just watched a video about the South Pole, and they have an ice cast that never melted during the last summer of their year. During the summer of this year, and they were saying it's not melting. The global caps are increasing. We're in a mini ice age. I don't know what they're talking about. I can look with my eyes and do my research and say, hey, we're actually going into a mini ice age, and you're saying it because it gets warm, it's going to cause ice. Okay, this is my ideal. You put ice in a pan and turn it on low, and when the ice freezes in that pan, I'll believe you. That's basically what I'm looking at, and it's like it's not going to happen. It's not. These people who believe in an ice age, it's true. The people who believe it's going to warm up and everything's going to melt, the global ice caps and I mean, well, if you think so, all right, you believe that, and I'll let you believe whatever you want, whenever you want, that there's going to be an ice age. But when that pan of ice that's on low heat freezes up, I'll believe it. You know what I mean? And they're trying to say that if it gets warm, it's going to get colder. And it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. That's scientific observation. I mean, really? I don't believe in the ice age. I mean, as far as global warming. You know, they had a global warming back in the Roman days, late Roman days, early 1600s and stuff, where it was I think it was a 300-year period. It warmed up, carbon monoxide fed these plants, and all these plants grew. You know, they used to grow grapes up in Ireland. In Ireland, they were growing grapes. And that was during the global warming period of that time. It was called the millennial global warming. And all these grapes, and they were making wines up there. And then suddenly it started getting cooler again. And it's been cooler ever since. And they don't grow grapes up there as they did then, now, right now, I'm saying. And I'm just sitting back and looking at Al Gore as an idiot. I mean, he wants to make money off of carbon tax. He wants to charge you some reason or other. We're going to send this tax to the sun, and the sun's going to cool down, so the sun allows us to have a cooler weather here on Earth. No. When that time happened, it was so warm that everyone was able to go out and pick crops off their land and everything. I mean, it just grew. And the CO2 was, well, by then became a high level. Remember, the yardstick is opposite. The heat goes up, then the CO2 level goes up, not the opposite way around. They're trying to say this. And I know for a fact, when I was a teenager, I was studying Mars, and they're saying Mars had so much CO2 in this atmosphere, it got cold and real cold. It didn't heat up. It never heated up. And, you know, and now it's warm. And what I understand is if you're used to 14,000 feet of a mountain, say almost the Himalayas, and you're at 14,000 feet, you can actually walk on Mars with very mineral cover, and there's a lot of oxygen there. And well, that's the thing. If you ever watch some of the videos, and I've caught a couple of them, where there's people talking in front of Mars, and you know, it was after the Mars rover was launched and landed safely, and it was showing a blue sky. It was light blue sky. It wasn't dark like ours. Ours can be real dark. It was a light blue sky. There was oxygen there. There was everything you can imagine. You walk on the planet with minimum protection, and you can walk around. And it always blew me away that they came up with this crap when what's his name? The scientist now, but he was a reporter, and he said that when they first land the Viking lander on the surface, they went around every monitor and turned the red up on the monitor to make it look red. Everything's red. It's a bright red. And then you can't see nothing but red. Well, later on, they start backing off of that for some reason. And the next thing you know, they had rover pictures of a blue sky. It was either white or it was blue. And it wasn't red. And the ground wasn't red. It had colors to it. It had multiple colors that you could see instead of just red. The rocks weren't red. They were brown. And everything, I mean, it just blew me away. I was absolutely blown away by those videos. And some of those are from NASA. I mean, they had links. You could go there and look at them and see what NASA was showing. And NASA's showing not a red sky and a red dirt. No, it was blue sky, a light blue sky, but it was blue. You could see blue in it. And some of the people that pointed this out, that did the research, which is, I'm glad they did, looked at the little thing that set the color on the module, and it was showing, you know, red basically of every color. And then later on, they started showing a little blue, and then the flag that was dark red went to light red, and the blue came out with the stars on the flag. And that was, you know, commissioned enough for me. I mean, this came from NASA. These are all NASA photos. I mean, I watched the videos and saw this, but yet they actually switched over and start saying, yeah, it has a blue sky. It has all this stuff. That's why we want to go there, because they have a blue sky and all this stuff. And it's like, okay, you want to go to Mars. Okay, it's not going to be red. When you get there, it's going to be half blue as the sky. And the sun's going to look a little further away because of its orbit. And it's 70-something degrees on the equator. They proved that with the Mars rover. It was 70-something degrees in the summertime. I mean, that's proof to me. I mean, and I already knew this before that because of the movie. It came out, or it wasn't a movie, it was a documentary from Science Project, that they actually showed this lander coming down and landing. And when it landed in 1960, they were able to see something that one Russian guy said, it looks like a a hippopotamus growing out of there. And it was a little hippopotamus. I mean, it was small. And it went back down in the ground and stuff when they landed. And they discovered life on Mars. I mean, a guy says, "We discovered life on Mars." And he spoke in Russian saying, "Yeah." And all this stuff. And you sit there, and as they flew in, it was a blue sky and everything around when the lander was landing. And you gotta see that. Then watch what they got now on the rovers and stuff when they show the true colors. And you see, it's a living planet. It has actually stuff on it. I mean, it doesn't have oceans anymore. The oceans are just below the surface. Now, if you see some of the rover tracks as it moves across it, it looks like wet sand. So yeah, it's got water on there. It's just not on the surface. It's underneath. And there's a reason for that. It was hit by several asteroids after the creation of our planet, and we were pushed in. I mean, Zacharias Stitchin with the 12 planets, and it was moved into a closer orbit. And we were a water planet to begin with after the collision, because apparently that moon was a water planet that smashed into this planet that was beyond Mars and pushed it into the orbit that we're in now. And if you look at radar images they took from space, you'll see our planet is just a chunk of something where the Pacific Ocean is the deepest part of our planet. Well, yeah, because things turn into a bubble in space. They proved that on NASA missions and stuff. They throw water up in the air, it turned into a spear above Earth. The gravity would rain upon, and we would have these spheroids that created. Well, we're just a spheroid of pieces and chunks and everything that's left of that planet, Tiamat. And it's in a position now where we're at. We're even in a better position in its own way, and create life better. And we're superior life as far as the Goldilocks belt that we're in, and that's where we're at. And I don't know if Paul wants to speak about this or not. I mean, do you? I know you're listening in.
Yeah, at this point, I have no idea what you're talking about, buddy. I just walked in the door, so I'm just going to go on mute and see what you're talking about.
I'm talking about Tiamat and Zachariah Stitchin's book of the 12 planets, and how Tiamat was hit by one of the moons of well, not Nibiru. It was the sun that Nibiru was orbiting, and one of these, well, planets. I'd have to say it's a planet. It's a red dwarf or whatever. Came through, busted the planet up. Half of it went where we are now. The other half created the ring of diamonds around us. And they call it the Ring of Diamonds. I mean, it's the asteroid belt. And it was between Mars and Jupiter. And it came through that way, went back out into deep space. There's a lot of space there. You have to remember, it's not like we're right next door to each other, 2 or 3 feet. It's a several million miles. And this planet came through, and with its sun, and it's on its way back around again. I have to admit that Nibiru is coming back around again. every 3,600 years, as Zechariah Stitchin predicted. I mean, he has it through the Sumerians text. And the Sumerians tell you all about this. They tell you that this planet came through with the sun, and it broke up a planet, and it became Earth. And that was several thousands of years before they came through again, and it started solidifying with the water. Tiamat was a watery planet. It was a watery planet that orbited between Mars and Jupiter, and when this moon hit it, that had some water on it, which had life, it pushed it in to the orbit that we are now by the collision. It just pushed in the orbit of where Earth is. And we created life. Well, they came back several hundred times. This is hundred thousands of years. These people live forever almost. And they came back in, and they needed somebody to mine the gold. Apparently, our planet Tiamat had a lot of gold on it, and they came here, and they mined the gold with their own people, and their own people were so pissed off at being turned into slaves that they rebelled, and they said, okay, we're gonna have to do something. So they had Anaki and his wife, which was like ISIS, and they genetically engineered the apes and stuff into us, and that's why there's no missing link. They never found a missing link. I mean, you can go through and say, yeah, they found this Alice or whatever, and she was a missing link. And you look at it going, well, how come they didn't find more of them? And you have to look at that they genetically engineered us, and we became half them, half ape, and they call us, I mean, you can actually look at movies.
Yes, my opinion would be this, and it would come in the form of a question. Let's just say that hypothetically, Zacharias Sitchin is correct in his interpretation of the Sumerian text. Now, let's also add that his interpretation is very unique compared to the rest of academia that disagrees with him. But let's just say that he is correct, and all of the things that you just said are true. What difference does it make to us today?
Not much, except that it would be nice to know our where we came from, and if they're coming back.
You remember the other when I was talking about the Lion King, and remember the monkey? Remember Rafiki? He had the damn stick, and he smacked the lion in the head, and he says, why'd you do that? It doesn't matter. It's in the past. I don't care where human beings came from. It does not concern me at all. And here's the deal. We know that we've been here for almost 250,000 years. So whatever they did that 250,000 years, man, think about that. Whatever they did, we're still here. We're not slaves. I don't go dig up anybody. Well, if you were going to be, you already would be. I mean, let's just take the postulate of every 3,000 years they come around close to us and see what's going on. We would have been slaves 3,000 years ago. We would have been slaves 6,000 years ago. We would have. It ain't happening, brother. Again, now is all that matters.
I know. We had over 3,000 years ago. We had the rise of the Egyptians. The people that came here that were pharaohs had elongated skulls, and they put hats on to cover it up, and you see all that, and you kind of look at it and go, wow. And they built the pyramids, and the pyramids wasn't built by sliding rocks up and putting them in place. That would took 200 years, and they say it only took about 100 years to do it, even under the archaeologists, and and well, I think they had technology that they were able to use. I mean, look at all the pyramids over the earth. There's pyramids underwater. There's pyramids everywhere. They found these things. China has pyramids. I mean, look at that. And they built these giant pyramids because they were some type of oscillator to keep the earth in place, in structure, because it was a broken planet that had water inbounding it. And they're still working in some respect, but maybe in the future they won't work anymore because we haven't rebuilt those pyramids. I mean, and put new ones up. And it's just an idea, you know. And these pyramids, I mean, there's over 2,000 pyramids they found. And they're all over the earth, water and everything.
1,000 that they found in South America alone. But here's my theory on a pyramid. Check this out. If you're going to build something out of stone and you want it to last a long time, you build basically a square pile. And that's what a pyramid is. It's a perfectly square pile of rock. I mean, it's like basic understanding of physics.
Now, basic understanding of physics has been wrong for a long time. They don't realize these rocks are oscillating energies of the earth. And that's what they've missed to talk about, is the oscillations of these rocks. And they all have a oscillation to them. They went out there and took readings on them, and they have magnetic and
sorry about that, I was on mute. Everything has a resonant frequency, though. It isn't just some special rock. I mean, my one hitter has a resonant frequency. I have a resonant frequency. My countertop does. My back scratcher. Everything. So there's nothing unique about stones that pyramids are made of, other than the fact that they're big, they're fucking heavy, and they were cut really square, which is a mystery. But it's really just nothing more than a mystery.
Well, they're on ley lines. Now, you look at all these pyramids, they're all on ley lines. Now, ley lines are, the energy forces, magnetic. They've done this, scientists have. They've said they oscillate at a certain frequency of magnetics. And these pyramids seem to be set on certain points across the world, 2,000 of them at least, underwater and otherwise, and they're holding the planet together in their own way. They're able to draw in the push of gravity and hold the planet together.
Beg to differ. And the only reason I say that is because the pyramids that are in water now were once on land before the water consumed them. And if they were so successful at keeping land where it was supposed to be, they wouldn't have ended up underwater.
Well, there's a story behind that. It was the South Pole, and it cracked off a giant chunk of ice, and it went whoosh into the ocean, and it created this tidal wave over the earth, and it melted, and it raised the water levels. I mean, water levels used to be, out in on the Atlantic even, where opposing Atlantis was below sea level, and all this stuff was frozen up. And when something happened, I don't know if it was the asteroid hit or something, it broke this off, it created the waters to rise, and that's what we have today. I mean, it's really not that hard to fathom. I mean, it's like, okay, if a big chunk of ice came off the South Pole and it went out in the ocean and melted, and you had all this stuff happening, you would have this rain coming down and everything else because of, it makes Noah correct. I mean, and not Noah. I'm not saying just Noah. You go to Chinese, you got the same story. You go to Asia and you go to Europe and you go to other places, they're saying that there was a great rainstorm that happened upon the earth.
Every society that's ever existed seems to have a flood story. But I think that there's a simple reason for that too. It's because it's probably the single most catastrophic natural event that can happen to any society. A flood is absolutely awful. There's nothing worse than a flood.
That's right. There's nothing worse than a flood. And in Zachariah Stitchin, they actually sailed to South Africa. For some reason, South Africa was spared, and they were able to. There was a story down there that they came upon a land also. In other words, there wasn't one Noah and building his boat and going what is it called, Arafat, and landing on a piece of land. There was many stories across the world where they went to the mountains and they waited out the waters to drop back down. They refroze, and we have the world we have today. But that's beside the point, I guess. I mean, I don't like pet theories by the archaeologists. I really don't. I'm not a petologist. I'm a person that believes there's a changing, theology of things that happened, and they apparently overlooked it. I mean, they found giants in the West who were drowned. I mean, these guys were redhead. They found them with their hair still on. They weren't in bogs or anything. They were just petrified in the rock, and they dug in the Midwest, or actually like Nevada, in the hills, and they come across these giants that were at least 10 feet tall, and they had skulls, as big as bigger than a football, and bigger than a basketball or whatever, and and they existed. So I'm kind of open-minded to that, because they have pictures of them before they were taken out of the museums, sent over to the Smithsonian Museum, and buried. Basically, they were buried in the Smithsonian because they don't want you to know this. Don't worry about what's going on out there. Just believe in your life and go on with it.
But why would it change anything? See, when you say things like they don't want you to know, I don't know who they is, number one.
Government.
Number two, why would it change anything? Why would it have to change anything?
Because it challenges their pet theories that they had about evolution. Where evolution isn't 6,000 years ago, it's 100,000 years ago.
Theory, though. I mean, right?
No, not really. When you see dinosaurs walking with human footprints, no, I don't think so.
Why does it matter today, is what I'm saying. How would that change your life, and why would it change your life?
Because I know I've been lied to. Maybe that's the big thing.
I mean, either way, not that you misunderstand, but maybe, I mean, interpretations as science fact change along the way. Like, for instance, scientists used to say that we had a flat planet.
Yeah, there we go.
But that's not the case, and we know that it's semi-spherical, right? We understand that now.
Yeah.
We like we were saying the other night, we used to think that lead in gasoline was a good idea. We have determined since then that that's not so good. Putting lead in paint for babies to eat and shit, not good. So as science evolves, if you will, that's the
new science. Yeah.
Then we learn of the mistakes that we made along the way. But when you have the majority of people in a field that feel a particular way, then we kind of have to depend on them, at least some level. If 99% of all electricians say, Do not stand in water and wire your house hot, right? Then we should probably listen to them. If you have one guy like Zachariah Sitchin that says, no, 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 look, man, the earth is totally cool. You can stand in a puddle of water and lick your 110 primary wires coming in the house. Won't hurt you a bit. His story seems outlandish to the rest.
Well, so the other scientists that came out and showed these skeletons and stuff that were 10 feet tall and used to be giants amongst our Earth. Oh yeah, there used to be giants amongst us.
I won't argue that that was ever the case. Nephilim may have existed, but again, today they do not. It does not concern me.
What if they came back today and they walked into your house? See?
What if I won the lottery tomorrow? What if I get hit by a school bus tomorrow? What if? I mean, what if doesn't change what is?
Well, you're not looking at the whole picture, though. These creatures predicted they will come back. They actually said, we're coming back. We're going to be back here soon, and we're going to be your masters. What would you say about that? Does it matter to you that they tell you to bow down to them and have knee pads? I mean, really?
But no one has. No one's ever come to my door and said, I'm your fucking master.
Not yet. It's coming.
No.
Oh yeah, it's coming. We're just in the in between phase of what's happening, and you're gonna freak out. I see you're gonna be a freak outer when like say War of the Worlds come and they come down in these ships and they start zapping people and everything, and you're gonna go, oh!
I hope there's all those things. I would love to be able to witness it. I'm just saying that statistically, and numbers don't lie, chances are you're not going to witness that. Because for thousands and thousands of years, we've been talking about it and no one's witnessed it.
Well, since 360 years, 3,600 years was the last time they were here. And every time they wiped the memory from us, from their children's children's children's. And you just haven't, witnessed it. Okay. But it's a possibility that they'll come back just out of the air, and suddenly we're so freaked out and amazed by what we see, they will come back in and go, we're here to rule you for another so many 100 years. And we have to go home, but we're going to be your gods while we're here. I mean, just something. No, I'm talking. I'm talking. Speculation. Maybe it's speculation, but it's a possibility. I mean, all the UFOs start showing up after 1947. And people have seen UFOs. They've seen them come down. They've seen them crash. The governments took their technology and tried to back engineer it. And all this stuff has been going on for years. I know this for a fact. I worked at Area 50. Well, I didn't work at Area 51. I worked at Nellis, but I knew people. And they are saying that these beings are coming back into our reality right now. And I've listened to the Christians who make these videos saying they're demons coming, they're fallen angels that are coming back down from the sky. Well, I really don't believe in fallen angels, but I do believe in extraterrestrials who may be having bases on our planet, in our solar system, and they've been around for at least 3,000 years, and they've been around. And 1947 was the big opening of the vortex. For some reason, more of them showed up since 47, after we captured that one UFO and or two of them that were knocked out by lightning. And I see NASA photographs, and you see the NASA photographs of these objects they're recording on camera, and they're flying around their space shuttle. I mean, or even the ISS space station, and they've caught these things. And we have a defense system. They shot up at one in one of the videos. You see this little blinking globe going towards over the earth, and you see it shoot away, and this light comes up there trying to shoot it down to get more technology. And I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, yeah, it's possible. And this is all from NASA. Never a straight answer, but you know, they actually leaked it out. There's people that work there that will leak out the information, and you can see all this stuff going on in space. Therefore, there's something out there, glowing balls of objects that come down and crash. They pull them out. They have these little gray people. They're just inorganics, as what they've been called. They're actually inorganics. They're EBs, and they're extraterrestrial biological entities. They call them EBEs, and they bring them in, and they set them down. They talk to them. There was a lady who actually made a paper back in the 50s, I think, and she actually talked about what she was psychically was able to talk to this being. This being didn't talk to her like in our English or anything. He psychically talked to her and said, we're beings out here. We're not like you totally. We're non-terrestrial beings, and we live on certain bases on asteroids and stuff, and we're able to talk to you and able to communicate to you through ESP or whatever, psychic talk. And she was amazed that she wrote all this stuff down, and it was from this EBE that she was allowed to talk to, because this EBE, EB as they call them, was able to talk to her and was able to make communication to her. And she was psychic, I guess, enough to understand what he was saying psychically to her and talking to her mind. I mean, she could hear the voice as if he was talking to her. And he told her the whole story and says, we're out here. We're all over these asteroids and everything. You came in because of something that happened, which I have a story about that. That was an entity that came from the center of the universe, and it was called Sapphira. And Sapphira wanted to come and possess a planet on the outskirts of the galaxy. Well, that's a story there on that one. That comes out of the Thomas book. And Sapphira came in.
You say the Book of Thomas?
Huh?
You say the Book of Thomas?
Yes, it's a Book of Thomas.
Okay. The most interesting thing about the Book of Thomas is this to me. Thomas was the doubter. Thomas was the one that didn't believe the shit that he was being told. And when Jesus was wounded, there is only one individual on this planet that put their hand into the wound. And it was Thomas. Jesus gave Thomas the doubter the proof to validate himself. There's something to be said for the doubters, man. Don't paint yourself into a corner and have a belief in something that you don't know is true. And I guess that's probably the most important thing is I hate to see people, you know, form a postulate based on the quackery. Look, I could make a video and I could write down what an alien was saying to me psychically as well.
Well, this wasn't Thomas that said this. This was a lady in 1947 when one of the existing beings from the crash, and she was able to allowed to talk to him. And he actually said that, well, he actually said that we are beings that live in the solar system that you came to. And the only reason I brought that up about Sophia is because he said that a being came to your world and made it have life. And we were curious, and we came there, and we experienced some of your. Now that's why they're watching us. They're the watchers, and they're watching us, and that was the major thing of that. I mean, I brought up that because that related to what he was talking about, this extraterrestrial. I don't think she knew that in 1947 because the scrolls wasn't interpreted until afterwards, and they came over with Thomas and stuff. And Sophia came to her planet, Sophia, and she came here and she possessed the planet and created life on it. I mean, that's what these aliens are saying. So it's not like I'm talking about something afterwards. I'm talking about something back in 1947, before all this came out. And she was telling everything that would come out in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And I went, whoa, I have to kind of look at that and stand back and go, maybe it's true that, Sophia came to our planet, created life on it because she was the life giver. And that's why I don't believe in a God. I believe God's the sperm of the universe and she's the bearer of the universe. Okay. All right. And she came here and she created life upon our planet and made everything that we are today. And that's why I believe that I believe in a goddess over a god. Wouldn't you believe over a goddess over a god? Girls, only a female can give birth. I mean, there you go. I mean, it's kind of that same type of thing. And I looked at it and I went, wow, that blew me away. That's why I became a Gnostic. Once I read that and read the book of Thomas and related it, I went, wow, we have a goddess, not a god. There's no god out there. There's a goddess out there. And she rules the planet Earth. And she is the planet Earth. She came in and created all life. And I'm like, oh, okay.
God is coming over her.
I don't understand anything except I know this. There is God, Jesus, and the Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost is the female part of the whole thing. And I've studied occultism for so many years. I have to agree with that. The Holy Ghost is the female principle. And these guys were all a bunch of chauvinists, and they didn't believe in the goddess. And they just created this God that rules the universe and everything. And
Oh no! turn into a feminist or something, let me just put something on you real quick. Are you familiar with a city called Herculaneum, or maybe one called Pompeii?
Yeah.
Pompeii was so badass that the number one profession there, get this, prostitution. The number one profession.
Oh yeah, yeah. I believe in the goddesses that they had and the
Yeah,
breathing the fumes. Yeah.
they have like phallics hanging from the fucking ceilings in the places. Like there's dick everywhere. Don't give women too much damn credit.
Yeah. See, that's why I understand that it must be a female that ran everything, even though they had a phallus there. That's the seed of the universe.
Well, it's because they know what it's like. The dick is God. It comes all over. God's semen for the planet. Isn't that what you said?
Well, she was impregnated by her concubine, and I have to say that like it is concubine. That was Jesus, and Jesus. I mean, this almost sounds like Mormonism, and it's really not, but it has overtones of Mormonism. I can understand where he came up with that theory, but he apparently he didn't even know about the books of Thomas and Mary and Judas, and there's three books they didn't allow in the Bible, and there was a reason, I guess, because it was more truthful than what they were told, and I don't know, it just blows me away. That's why I'm Gnostic. I became a Gnostic just because of that.
I became nothing just because of all.
He became nothing.
I'm not part of any of the clubs, but I am part of the drinking group, which is about to really get things kicking. I've been here for almost an hour, bro. I'm gonna bail out. Have a great weekend.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. I thank Paul for coming in and saying hello. I always like Paul. Always controversy between, I don't know. I'm not even sure what his belief is. But we always come in and everything seems to be awesome. Anyone else want to come in and make a comment? Well, it's open. Open comments. You can talk about this, you can talk about UFOs, you can talk about anything. What do you want to talk about? I'm always open. You can talk to me. Anyone want to talk? TJ was one who was blocked me. TJ blocked you? Well, you come in now. He's gone. I don't know how he can block you. Ah, there you are. Final show. You're back. I wish other people would come back too. And I have 5 people showing. They can all come in, as far as I know. If they go to my, well, probably YouTube. Go on to YouTube, under Spellbinder 00. You can actually all come in right now and speak to me. I just had a lovely speech with Paul. It was lovely. That was one of the best conversations I've had in a long time. And the rest you can come in.
Hey, I was just going to tell you the reason I couldn't make it in earlier is TJ has my the Vinyl Show account blocked.
What'd you say to him to make him block you?
I didn't say anything to him. I don't know. He must be. I don't know if he's scared or paranoid or what. But yeah, because I went into my other account and I went to his Google Plus page, and yeah, he blocked me. So
Wow. See, I got everyone open. I actually went on to my site and Google Plus and put a link there. I was able, I think, to do one on YouTube and open it up. And I don't know. It's weird that I'm not able to go public and just have public. And I guess I didn't turn my there you are. I haven't seen you since the other day, Kurt. Kurt's back on here. As long as you act nice.
he needs to talk instead of just typing.
Yeah, I know. It said they don't have a mic or something. You got a mic, don't you? You're recovering from a cold. Emphysema. Bronchitis. Damn. We're here. I'll smoke a bit of tobacco for you. How's that? No. I can't believe you have that much. I can't believe you have that much. I mean, it's like, really? You can't even need that. I mean, you can't even do that. I mean, now, Kurt, you notice I'm smoking a pipe of tobacco, bugle, Dad. I know.
We can't see you.
You can't see me.
All we see is the firewolf.
Well, yeah, you can't see me because of my firewolf. Because I put firewolf out there to cover my identity. I gotta be unidentified if I'm going to talk about controversial subjects.
Now, have you talked to Secular since he was on the other night?
No, I haven't. Secular Me is going to have a show. He asked me to do it. He wants me to dress in my robe. I don't know if I'm going to do it. And he wants me to do the flashlight ghost talk. And I get responses all the time from spirits. I call it that. I'm a wizard, magi, whatever. I can pull this flashlight out and I will show it just for a second. And I can pull this flashlight up and well, I'm going to have to go to minicams and I go back and I go video and I go to myself and it won't let me go second cam. That's really sucks. Anyways, they changed some stuff on minicams since I had to reload. And I'm stuck not able to show you my flashlight. But I can turn the flashlight on. And I get to just when it comes on. And I can talk to it. I usually keep it in the cover. That way it's nice and patent and stuff. And I can say, is there anyone here right now? I mean, I can do this if I can get my camera to come on. But apparently I can't get my camera to come on. Ah, I can do that. Okay, I can trans. Okay, here's trans. I'm going to take the camera. I'm going to put it down here in front of the flashlight, of course. And it will be flat with the flashlight. I'll turn it until it just comes on. Just comes on. It makes it easier for the spirits. I tried to tell them to turn it on if it could without being turned on. Is there a spirit here? Spirit, speak up. Speak up. Come on. Let me just turn this on. It needs to be just turned on. Okay. Turn the light off. Right now. Turn it off. Right now. Right now. Say off. Come on. Oh, it's right at that edge. Okay. Okay. Turn it off. You know the deal. Turn the light off right now. Right now. Light off. Please. 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 I want this turned off right when I want it to go off when I click my fingers. I don't want you to have too much power you have to try to overcome. Because this is the way the ghost hunters do it. And it's at the very edge and you go like that and off it goes. Off light. Off. Now. Please. Okay, I'm going to have to... Oh, great. Where'd it go? There it is. Okay. Ghost light. Go off. If the spirit's talking to me right now, turn the light off. Please. Off. Off. Oh, I saw you flicker. Off. Right now. Please. Oh, you're gonna play that game. Turn off. Right now. Right now. No, right now. No, 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 no. My voice doesn't mean increase it. It means go off. Go off. Touch the light and make it go off. Right now. Now this is weird. It will do this. It will talk to me and it will turn off right now. Right now. Come on. Click of the finger. You know the deal. Turn it off. Touch it. Drain it. This is the bad thing about it. It drains the batteries when it does that because it sucks the energy out of it. Turn it off. Right now. Right now. Power off. Power off. Turn the light off. I got you right at the edge. You shouldn't have any problem. Please. Right now. Damn, maybe I have to make it a little less sensitive for it. I mean, normally you don't have to have it on when it starts. But sometimes you have to have it off. And then you go, turn it off. Right now. Light off. I mean, I've had better responses. It's being gun shy, as I call it. Okay, I got turned off a little bit. Turn the light on. Say you're here. Say you're here. Say yes, I'm here. Light on. Make it work. Use your power. You got half of it in the battery. No, come on. This light's not the same as the one I had before. It was a little bit more sensitive. Turn it off. Off. Right now. Turn it off. There's a spirit here right now. Turn the light off. Make it go off. Right now. Prove to me that you're here by going off. Right now. Right now. Turn it off. Go. Like blowing out a candle. It depends on what year this spirit is. Turn the light off. Right now. Poof. Poof. Oh, I see you trying to turn it off, and you keep fighting against me on this light. Okay, turn it off. Right now. Light off. Light off. Spirit here, light off. Touch the light and make it go off. Right now. Now. God damn, they usually go off just like that. Okay. Light is off. It's pointed right at the camera. Okay? I can make that come on by saying, is there a entity here right now? Spirit, ghost, entity, right now. Turn the light on. Like that. Oh, come on. You're normally able to just turn that light on just like it's going off. Light on. I don't have it that... You're not that weak, are you? You're not weak, are you? You have enough energy to turn that light on. I have to coach them sometimes and get them to turn the light on. They will turn that light on. I mean, it's like, I usually go like this, depending on what spirit I have, and they'll turn that light on just like that. And
It doesn't seem to be working tonight. You know what I mean? It doesn't
well,
seem. Maybe they're not active. You know.
it's almost too... I don't think it's too early. It should be the time that works. Okay, I'm gonna set just right there. I'm gonna say, please turn the light out. Turn it off, please. I need that light off right now, blinding me in the eyes. Please, light off. And a lot of times they will sit there and command you. I apparently don't have any spirits in the area. If I had a spirit in the area, it would just you wouldn't imagine how just like that. I'll click my fingers and off the light goes. Turn it off right now. Turn it off. Please touch the light. Cheryl. Touch the light now. Turn it off. Right now. Please. Be famous. Turn the light off. Right now. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I can't believe I have it on that much. I mean, I have it like that. Turn the light off. Right now. Click. Click goes the light. I hope I don't have this on 27th when I do my thing with oh man, secular opinion. I hope I don't have it like this. This is bad. It's apparently what day is it anyways? God, I got flashlight in my eye. 13th. Or 13th should be a good time to turn off. Like that. Turn off. Please. Right now. Flashlight off. Turn off. Talk to your light so I can ask you questions. Please. Entity. Spirit. Ghost. It's a ghost. Ghost, turn that off. Ghost. I got ghost. I got a graveyard 50 yards away, and I get this response all the time that I'm able to. They're not hanging around. I don't feel cold air around me. I don't have a jacket on or anything, so the ghosts aren't hanging around me right now. Normally, when I get a ghost around me and stuff, I get so cold I have to put a hoodie on, and this is what I end up with when I don't have to have a hoodie on. They're off doing other things. Come on, come here. I summon the ghost to turn that light off right now. I summon the ghost. Come on, ghost, turn that light off right now. Off right now. Just like snap off. Come on, do it when I snap it. It's more impressive. Damn, you're right. I'm not tonight. I don't know what it is. Let me see what the moon phase is. Let me close my eyes for a second because I got that blinding light in my eyes. I probably have better times during the full moon, and right now it's 3/4 waxing, and maybe it's the waxing moon that's causing it. That's not bringing them in. They seem to drain off of outside light, and they come in here and they talk to me. Turn the light off. Come on. Okay. I turned the light off. Now you can turn it on. And I know it has the power to turn it on. All I have to do is say ghost, light on. Damn. This is opposite of my videos I made. I made these videos. You wouldn't imagine I made these videos and I was impressed with the ghost light. And well, you can see they don't seem to be around. They don't seem to be around right now. This is impressive. Turn the light off if you're here. If there's a ghost here right now, may the light go out. That's a new phrase I've used. May the light go out if the ghosts are here. Right now. Turn it off. You're draining too much energy elsewhere that you can't turn that light off. Look, I got a computer on. I got a light on. I got a flashlight on. Damn, I got a camera on. Turn that light off if you're here. Just like that. Come on. Do it, please. Door must be closed or something. I've sent several spirits I used to have in the house away, and each time they went into their vortex, okay, wherever that was, light go out. Now, turn off. I talked to him at 6 o'clock. In other words, I was talking to a ghost at 6 o'clock. I can't get this same ghost back, apparently, the spirit. And the spirit won't come back and turn the light off. Turn it off right now. Now, come on, click, click. And it would turn that off and turn it back on in an instant. I am impressed that I got this ghost not doing what I'm asking it to. I mean, apparently it's gun shy, as I call it. I always call the ghost gun shy when they don't do what I want them to do. They're like, I don't want to do that. Well, of course you do. You're a ghost. You want to communicate, don't you? Don't you? If you want to communicate, turn that light off. Right now. Turn it off. Off go the light. Turn off. Turn off the flashlight. You see it right there shining. I want you to turn that light off. Right now. Off go the light. And it's not responding. I hate it when I run into this situation. I run into this a few nights a week when I try to talk to a ghost. Sometimes I will get one, it'll come in, it wants to talk, and it'll turn the light off. Just like that. I mean, turn off the light. And apparently they're busy doing something else. I don't know what ghosts do, but they're apparently not hanging around with me. Which, like I said, I don't feel cold right now. I normally have a hoodie on down here and stuff. And I don't have one on at all. I'm in a black t-shirt, and I don't feel a ghost coming in. Ghosts come in. Turn off the light. I know you live down the way. Come on in if you want to talk. I'm not going to get a response. Damn. Well, that sucks. That really sucks big time. You wouldn't imagine how that sucks. And it's something that happens every once in a while. I mean, normally, like I said, I can get a ghost coming on that light, no problem, and it will talk to me, yes and no answers. It would do it all, and for some reason, I'm not able to get the ghost to come on. I got light flings on my eyes, or I looked at the flashlight, and that's about what I get. Hopefully on the 27th, I'll be able to get better response. I don't know why he picked the 27th. I think I could pick a better day, but
I think that's a Sunday that he's going to do that on.
yeah, it's a Sunday he wants to do it on, and he wants to do it on a Sunday, and he wants me to wear my robe, which is a silk robe, and he wants me to have the whole caboodle on there. When he's secular, so he doesn't believe in ghosts or anything, but he wants me to try to pull a ghost out of a hat. Basically, it's like, well, it doesn't really work that way.
I think if you wear the robe, that no matter if the ghosts show up or not, that alone will put the show over the edge.
I guess so. And that would be secular show. I mean, I'm going to go on his show, and it's not my show. And
I'd go on with the robe. I'd wear some sunglasses. I'd have the hood over my head.
Think so?
With some sort of, shtick or act, and I don't know. Maybe you could get you a couple of smoke bombs and set those off and come out of a mist of smoke.
Oh, I don't know where I'll go that far with it, but I'm just a normal paranormal examiner, and like I said, I have all these other equipment too. I have the ghost box and everything, and I don't know if I want to pull that out or not.
You should have your
Because
staff
and
with
my
you.
staff and my wand and stuff in hand and my little cross on my chest. That's the part of the Golden Dawn. Yeah, I could go out in the entire atoll, but it's gonna be
I'd
it,
go armed. That's for sure. I'd go fully armed to that show.
oh man, you freak out because I don't know if you've seen on my videos. They actually have myself in my magical outfit and everything, and I don't know. I've done the Delta T triangle. It's the Delta T antenna. It's two pyramids base to base with three coils. That's why it's called Delta. And I built that, and maybe I should bring that down too to help bring the ghost in. I don't know. It's a good shortwave antenna,
You
and
need
it
one of those
uses.
boxes like the Ghostbusters had, where they put the ghost in their container box.
Oh no, I don't have a container box, but I got the a ghost box. This
Ah,
is what a ghost. You've seen the ghost boxes, have you?
yeah, yeah, I've seen the ghost boxes.
I mean, I'll put this up here. Here's the ghost box, and all it is called the 587 Radio Shack hack. And what you do is turn this on, and then you hit the button, and it starts scanning. And you get to hear spirits over the box. And you say, "Is there a spirit here?" And you listen to say yes or something. No. No. They put the antenna up. This is FM. It's more ghost here. Come back. I heard that. Come back. Uh, is there any ghost around here? Can you talk on the ghost light? Check me. I heard that too. You know, you can hear certain words like that. It's like check me. It's like check me if you can hear the ghost light. Okay, let's try the ghost light again. I'll check you, and I'll turn this just on. Has to be just on, just on, just on. Okay, is there a ghost here? Turn the light off right now. Light off. Light off. Is there any ghost here? Any spirits here? Turn the light off right now. Turn it off. All way off. Touch the light. It's kind of hard when you're holding it because your own energy is interfering with it. This is one of the problems with the ghost light. Turn off the light if you're here. Are you here? Light off. Turn the light off. Quit flickering and go off. All the way. Light off. Light off. Touch it right now. Light off. Give me your energy. Turn light off right now. Please. Pretty please. Any ghosts behind me? Any ghosts behind me? I always ask that too. Ghosts behind me? I mean, this thing actually works if it's not held, and you just stick it down and you go, is there a ghost here? I get that all the time. I saw that blue shadow. I really did. I actually saw it. Uh, Ghost, turn the light on right now. Light on, please. Light on. I put it over here. I'll lay it down and go. Ghost. If there's a ghost here, Cheryl, are you here? I know some name of ghosts, and Cheryl's one of them that hangs around with me a lot. She hung around me so much I had to put two coats on. I mean, she was draining energy trying to materialize, and she's a dead girlfriend. And I told her to come on. I'm telling her to come on now. I'm hoping she comes on the 27th show on the 27th. You'll see me in a hoodie, or at least a hoodie without the hood on. And I mean, silk is pretty warm, and I'm not getting anything. They're shy. I can't believe how shy the ghosts are tonight. I mean, it's after midnight, and normally after midnight, they're just all over me. And I'm sitting there talking with TJ and stuff. I don't know if you saw the video that I did. You know, what happened? Well, yeah, I broke up with her after the prom because she got a perm. And I loved her with her long hair. She had long strawberry hair that went down over her shoulders. Her grandmother convinced her she should have had a perm. And I was so broken up from that, I'd say I can't see you anymore because I loved her for the long hair. And I mean, look at me. I mean, I love me for my long hair. And well, she decided to cut her hair, and it was over. She went out with this other guy to make me jealous. It didn't make me jealous, and I don't know. Her brother killed herself or killed himself, and then she disappeared. I don't know if she killed herself or not. It's another story in the long run. And I contacted her, I guess, through the ghost light, and she was fully able to talk to me. And I think it was her. I don't know for sure, but I think it was her, and it upset me. She must admit, yeah, she was in love with me. She was going to be a model. I mean, she was skeleton thin, and I like girls who are skeleton thin, and you know, she was going to be a model and stuff, you know. Oh, I hope so. Sometime I hope I do. I mean, she wasn't what I really wanted, but she was what I really wanted, and not in this lifetime. No, I'm totally no. No, I'm not getting in love in this lifetime. It's over. I don't see nothing. I have nothing. Or as Iron Man said when he was in the third episode, I have nothing. I do. I have nothing. I have nothing.
You never know, though, man. You may meet someone, and you know anything can happen. So.
Yeah, but I'm 55 and I'm getting old, and I'll
There,
never have children, and I just said, I'll never have nothing.
yeah, there's guys though that get married at 55, 60, 65. You never know, man. I wouldn't, count yourself out yet.
I don't know. I thought I'd be married with children by 30, and there I'm not. You understand? So I'm a real wizard or whatever, a real magic user. I studied all this stuff. I figured I would at least have children. A lot of wizards have children and stuff. I mean, in the ancient times and stuff. And, well, I ended up with nothing. So that's the way I look at it. Maybe it was spells I casted. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what happened. It's weird. It's really weird. Magic has a price to pay. Look at Once Upon a Time with Rumpelstiltskin. Magic has a price, and it always does. When you cast spells and do certain things, not for yourself, maybe even for others, there's a price to pay. And I've only once asked somebody to pay half the price, and they didn't have a very good thing going with them for the rest of their life either, because it was this price thing you have to pay. You can cast spells all you want, but there's a price to pay. Always a price to pay. I didn't realize that until I watched Once Upon a Time, and then I read a book on wizards, and they all had a price to pay. Being a wizard, there's a price to pay when you cast spells.
See, maybe you need to find you a woman that's into that same kind of stuff. You know what I mean? That's like a Wiccan or a witch or whatever.
Maybe that's what I was looking for in a way after my relationship in high school, and I never came across it. It was not there. I just never ran into it. It just seemed never to be. Uh,
There's got to be some out there. There has to be some women that are looking for a wizard. You
Looking for a wizard.
need to make like a personal ad. Basement wizard seeks Wiccan woman. Wicked Wiccan woman.
Not wicked woman, but a person who is understandable and everything. I mean, I never had a evil heart except when I was pulled over for DU. I wasn't pulled over for DUI. I was sitting in my car and warming it up after I had a few beers, and these two guys came up. Well, I kind of afterwards they brought me in. They could, in the old days, they would say, "Okay, you drive the car. We'll follow you home, and everything will be okay." Okay, that didn't happen. They took me in, breathalyzed me. I was 1 year from the old breathalyzer test, and they busted me for that. It cost me $2,500. I was so pissed off that these guys lost their job because I actually was able to curse them and lose their jobs. And I shouldn't have never done that. That was a bad thing. I used my powers for the wrong reason, but I was pissed off that they did this to me, and that's what happened with that. And there's always a price to pay. I mean, there really is. And magic, when you use magic, if you use it for, removing people and stuff from their job or whatever, there's a price to pay. And I guess that's what I'm suffering right now, is that. And I have to let that go through, and I'll be able to get back into my swing again, using magic for good. I mean, I used it for good a few times when I was in the Air Force. These two guys were going to go get a piss test. And I said, well, I'll do a ritual, and I will make sure you come out pure on your piss test. Well, they did. They were they came back negative, and I did that for them, and that was a good thing in a way. To me, that was a good thing. And well, later on, this happened when I got back in the state, and you know, in Ohio State, or in Ohio, and these guys did this to me, and I was mad, and I put this curse that they'd lose their job and everything. Sure enough, they're not there anymore. I don't know where they went to, but they're not there. And I actually played that card, and I didn't realize the price at the time. I knew I could do magic and everything and do it as I will. You know, as Aleister Crowley said, do as you will is the law of, you know, that is the law. And I played that game, and they disappeared. I'm kind of happy about that, but then, you know, my employment life went down the drain at the same time because it was based on an employment thing. And you don't do that. You just don't do that. If you're going to use magic, you don't use it for evil purposes. That's the evil thing. And apparently I did something evil or something wrong. And I really didn't. I only did a partial thing. I just want revenge for what they did to me. For I wasn't really drunk, and they pulled me in and everything. I thought I was doing this for righteousness. You know, it was a righteous thing to do. Well, you gotta watch every step of the way when you use magic, and it has its toes, and you keep falling into that. If you're doing magic for all good, and it's for a good thing, I mean, not love spells, that's a negative. You don't do love spells for other people or yourself or anything, but you do something to make their life happy. Besides that, you get tenfold back. And well, I haven't had a chance to do a tenfold back. That's maybe what my problem is I didn't do tenfold back. And this stuff is real. I mean, it's real. It's it's between your soul and the other person's soul, and you have to have agreement with them to do this magic on them. You just can't do the magic without their permission, basically. And it becomes kind of evil if you don't do it under their permission. If you cast a spell on somebody and stuff. I mean, it kind of reminds me of the movie Simon and the Witches, where he had this guy who was, what was his name? He had some god name, and he was doing stuff, and this guy says, well, you want to get revenge against this guy, don't you? And he goes, yes. And this is after I did what I did. And he says, well, there's a price to pay, and you're going to have to pay half of it when I do it. Well, these dynamic glowing orbs were coming after this guy. He calls him up and says, please release me from this. Okay, I can do that. He ties his hands up. He takes his dagger and he's waving it around. He goes, I release you from it. And it came full back on him then, because he broke the bond between them sharing killing this person. And I don't know, you have to see the movie. It's called Simon King of the Witches. That explains the entire magical thing in its own way. And you do good things and you do bad things. Even love spells have an outcome to it. The kid that wanted to screw this guy's lady, he cast a spell so he could have that guy's lady, and then what came out is it was like the young guy and the girl were having sex, and the other guy wanted to watch. That was how the spell came out. And he came back to him, and he had this heart on he couldn't get rid of. He couldn't get rid of the heart on. He says, "Okay, I'm going to release you from that." And he ties a ribbon around his pecker, and he goes with a dagger down after he's going to cut his dick off, and he just pulls the ribbon off and says, "You're free." And his dick goes limp. He goes in and takes a piss. I mean, it's a classic movie of magic, how magic works. And I sure learned from that when I was doing a curse on these two cops, and I sure learned from that, and I'm paying for it right now. And that's how it works. You do these things that are wrong, you get threefold wrong to you if you do wrong to another person. And apparently I was doing wrong, didn't realize that at the time. I thought I was doing right because they didn't have no reason to take me in and breathalyze me and photograph me and fingerprint me and all that stuff. They should have just took me in my, let me drive my car and follow me until I got home. And that's how that should have happened. That's the way that should have happened in reality. But I was so upset from having to pay all this money out and everything that it was my savings and stuff I had. And, $1,500 and going to the weekend camp and everything, that I was upset because I was able to drive after they woke me up after a couple hours. And see, you have to see the situation. I was working in this warehouse, and I was throwing mail bags that weighed 40 pounds or more onto a skid and wrapping them up and everything. And I decided to go to this pizza place. I decided to have, a couple of beers, like about 4 or 5 of them, while I'm waiting on my pizza. And they're like draft beers. They're like 8% and stuff. And I'm drinking them down and going, this is good. And, well, that was my mistake. Never make that mistake if you use magic. Never. It's got to be a good thing. That's why I haven't cast spells or anything in years. I mean, I sat back and know all this stuff and don't cast spells. Spears. Cast spears. It's kind of like casting spears. I cast them out into the air and they hit your target and they're affected by it. But you don't want that. I'm telling you right now, as a good magician now, I'm a good magician, wizard. We go back thousands of years, and they were the medicine man, the shaman, all throughout history. You get different. You can go back and do research on them, and each of them had their own negatives to them. Even Rasputin was a shaman from up in northern Siberia, and he came down with the czars, and he was able to treat the child and make him well because of his hemophilia. What do they call it? They're bleeding all the time. You get cut, it doesn't stop bleeding. He was able to treat that, and that's why he got in with the czars. And the czars is a whole nother story. And he got in so deep with them because he was a person that they believed, even though he was religiously holy Catholic or something of that nature as himself. He was a sin eater in a way. He had a sin, and he played out sin, drank, took drugs, and all that stuff. And he was also a good person. He was sinner good. And that's what these people believed in at that time, and his religion, that they were both evil and good. And the more evil you did, the better you were as far as good. And I don't know, he kind of balanced it out. But that became his fall. And Rasputin was so powerful, the story goes, and these guys came to kill him, and the Tsar, royalty, and they're all under Tsar royalty of and they actually poisoned his drink. He drank it down, and they're waiting for him to die from drinking this poison, because he had several glasses of this poisoned wine, and he's drinking it down. It didn't do anything to him. So they decided to shoot him. Shot him once. He's laying in the floor in the Tsar's castle, and he actually gave a prediction saying, if I'm killed by one of you, the royalty, your generation will run out in 22 years. Well, they shot him and killed him. They thought he did. And they go off and celebrating, drinking, brandy and whatever, going, ha, we got, Rasputin, and he's down. And they went back in the room. He was still alive. He was in another room. He came out and attacked one of the Tsar's family members. And it wasn't, the main Tsars, because they would never have done that. It was one of the nephews or something. And he came out and attacked him. They had a struggle and everything. The guy pulls a gun out, puts 3 more shots in him, and then they wrap him up in a blanket or something and rope it up and throw him out in the river. Well, the story goes that they found the body without the wrappings on. This is in winter time too. They threw him. They chunked a hole in the ice and threw him into it, in the river, and said, there he is, he's gone now. Well, they found the body unwrapped, unroped. He basically broke free of his bonds. I mean, he was that powerful, but he was still dead. And as surely enough, all the family were killed by the rebellion during World War II, and they killed off the Tsars in Russia, and the next thing you know is the last child to live died, and 22 years later, his predictions all came true. It was like, whoa! You have to think about that. There's something to think about. The Tsars came through in 22 years. The entire family was killed off because he was killed by them. He said, if I'm killed by a peasant, or somebody outside of the family, one of the rebels, you'll live on forever. But if I die by one of your hands in the Tsar family, everyone will be dead. The entire family line will end in 22 years. Well, there you go. I mean, you got pieces of this stuff like that. And you sit there and you think about how his life went. I mean, this guy he had women every night. It didn't matter. He was of this sect that was Catholic in its way, but not Catholic in its way. He had an offspring of it up in Siberia, and he had these powers, and he was able to predict the future, heal their child. I mean, he was good and evil. They called him the Holy Devil, is what it was called. the holy devil, because he did both sides. So when you're a wizard or anything, you got to be careful of what you do. It's all got to be balanced out. There's prices to pay, and you have to go through the prices. And that was the major story of him. Merlin had the same problem. He had good and evil. He was more of a trickster magician because he would play tricks. And his tricks wasn't like, magic user magician tricks that you see on the stage. They were real magic, but they were tricks that he would play on, almost like Loki. I mean, Loki was the trickster magician. He was the of the gods. He was the trickster of them. I mean, Thor didn't like him. You saw the movie why Thor didn't like him, because he had all these tricks he could play, and he was called the trickster because he would play tricks. Shift himself in other forms, do other things of that nature, play games with people's minds. That was Loki, and he was another one like that. There's throughout mythology. There's all these. I mean, mythology is not totally mythology. I mean, they call it mythology, but there's actually probably somebody who actually had those abilities throughout history, and it was just called mythology. Saying, it's a story. Don't worry about it. I don't know anymore. I've seen things that today that link back to that. That's real, and at least now real to me. I mean, have you ever come across anything like that? Any mythological happenings? Kind of like my little rat on the cat. The rat on the cat's one of my personals, and I've seen other things. I've seen UFOs and stuff, but to take a picture of some deer across the street and see this rat with a pineal gland riding in front of it, and it's on a red glowing cat looking at me when I took the picture. That is, I don't know, that stretches reality. That I believe in the mythologies. I think they were real in some respect, especially when you catch it on camera and it's there and you're looking at it and you're going, wow. I don't know if you ever saw that. Have anyone saw that? Anyone at all? Is there anyone out there that's seen something that's blew your mind and you didn't know what you're looking at, but yet you saw it? And or caught it on camera, and you go back and look at the film or the digital, and you're going, I didn't see that when I took the picture. I'm in that state right now, knowing that what I've been studying for years is true now. I mean, I'm absolutely convinced it's true. And I've seen this stuff. It's just a matter of you've seen this type of stuff, seen something phenomenal in the backyard or something that shouldn't have been, and it looked real, and as far as you could see. I've seen things, but then I never photographed them, and I actually have a photograph to prove that I've seen things, and the photograph proves it, and I'm like, okay, nobody there? Kurt?
No, I'm still here. I'm listening. I was just standing on the other side of the room, so I wasn't close to unmute the mic.
Have you seen anything as phenomenal as that?
It's been a while. I've had experiences to where I've seen, I don't know if they would be UFOs or what, to where a traveling light in the sky and then it shoots off. I've had some weird experiences with UFO type flying objects, but it's been a while.
I've seen mostly daylight incidents. When I was out in Las Vegas, I had my telescope looking up at the ski slope on Mount Charleston, and I see this pipeline. It looked like a pipeline zooming across the treetops. Had to be 30 feet in diameter, I guess. And it went all the way across the range, and it kind of reminded me of Bob Lazard's little sports vehicle that he worked on. And it went across the range, and it got to the end of the range. It shot up into the clouds that were at the end of the range and disappeared. I mean, that was a daylight experience I had there. When I was 7 years old, I saw a sphere that had 4 cylinders coming off of it, and they had spears on each end of the 4 sphere of cylinders. And it flew over my head, basically, and I saw that. And it took off and went north, actually east. It took off east towards Columbus, and I was like, wow. And that was the first experience. And I've seen some other ones in between that and the one I saw at Mount Charleston. But I was out in the desert in Las Vegas, which you go 100 miles north of Las Vegas out in the dark skies with your telescope and photograph stars and everything, clusters and the sky itself. I piggybacked a lot of my filming, and I saw some stuff out there. I saw this UFO flying over near Lake Mead to the south of me, and we went out there hiking, and sure enough, we found a bunch of reeds that were right near the water, and there was a big spiral, like the crop circles. And that's the only other experience I ever had. I've seen 3. And actually 4 if I want to talk about the garbage, or what they call the 55-gallon drum floating in the air. And it looked like a 55-gallon drum floating in the air, had this dome on it, and it was looking around and looking at this neighborhood to the south. I was north of it, and I didn't have a camera. I would have took a picture of that at the time. I would have took a 35mm picture. But I was just looking at it and going, wow, that's interesting. See, it's this black object that's floating in the air, and you could see like a laser light coming off of it where it was pointing out things. And it was an interesting sight as well. And that was in Las Vegas. It was down south of me, about halfway downtown, and I was out on the outskirts to the north of Las Vegas. That's where I saw the flying disc that went across the mountain range. I had my telescope out, and I was looking at it through my telescope, and I'm following it until it got to the end of the range. I didn't have driver on anything. I had everything, opened up on it so I could just follow it. And it was a 50mm eyepiece I had in there. So I had a low magnification eyepiece in it, wide field. And I followed that disc all the way till it went to the end of the mountain range and then shot up into the sky. When it got to the end, it shot up in the sky. It stayed below radar until it got to the end of the range, and then it shot up in the sky. Well, I can talk about the 5th. Now there's 5 of them. I was driving off the base to go over to the 25 Club, which is right off the north gate of Nellis, and I was driving out to go home, and there's these lights flying around Mount Charleston, and they were just zooming around the top of Mount Charleston. And they looked like like something maybe like spotlight points, but there was no clouds to project them on, and they were just flying around. And I got out of my car. I pulled over before I went off the base, got out and was looking at them. And I'm going, wow, there's UFOs just flying over Mount Charleston, which you can easily see from the north gate of Nellis Air Force Base. And they were there. They were a real thing. I mean, it was, and they had a video later on where somebody took video of it, and they were showing them on TV special with KTVI or KVA, maybe that's what it is, Channel 5, and they were showing those. And I'm like, wow, I saw them too. I was going home. It was dark, getting dark and everything. I was leaving the base, and they were all over the top of Mount Charleston. There were 6 or 7 of them just flying around the top of Mount Charleston, and I went, wow. And that's maybe there's 5 episodes I had, because I saw that one too, because I was in the Air Force at the time, and I was driving off base, like I said, going to 25 Club or something. I had a car, and I just pulled over at this place where they have this, where it's just before you get off the base, they had all the F-117 or whatever, Russian, kind of looked like a F-86 or something of that nature. It had the intake underneath and everything, and they had different aircrafts and tanks and stuff that were hit by, different ammunition, especially the one they started using constantly, and then which was the radioactive, bullets that were 35 millimeter, and it would go through the side of those tanks like they were made out of butter. And yeah, they have those all there, so you can go see them. It's like a spot seeing thing at Nellis Air Force Base. And I was just coming past them, and there was a place to pull over. I pulled over and got out and watched those UFOs just flying around. I was impressed. I mean, you have to see this stuff to believe it. I mean, I guess, I don't know. But I've had, 5 incidents. That makes it 5 incidents. Now thinking about it, it was 5 incidents I had with UFOs flying over and doing different things. And, wow. That's why I believe in it, because I've seen them myself. I mean, I'm a witness. I don't know if you witnessed anything like that or not. But if you witness something like that, you come forward with it. It helps disclosure. Disclosure is a big thing that, I mean, I should actually go to one of these disclosure meetings and say, I've seen this stuff too. I'm not the only one that ever see flying saucers and everything, and saw phenomenal incidents. Like I said, the only proof I got on my site is actually the critter. I should call it the critter. I called it phenomenal incident, but it was the critter. And I saw that, and I don't know what that was. I mean, maybe they're right. Maybe all this is dynamic energies and stuff, and I go along with the religious people who talk about this stuff. I don't know. Should I go along with the religious people that believe in all this stuff, or should I just say it was UFOs? I mean, but that rat on the cat was, I mean, it stood about 3 foot high on top of the cat. It was a red glowing fur on the cat. The cat was all red glowing fur. It was looking at me with its pointed ears and everything, you know, like a cat. And it had this, I don't know what it was. It was a rat looking thing. And it had a banner. And the banner it was carrying had a squirrel head or something, a monkey head on the other side. And I don't know. I don't know what I saw. I have it on video, and it's phenomenal. I don't know if anyone knows what it could be or what it would be, but it was fantastic, and I've seen phenomenal stuff. I just want anyone else see anything as phenomenal as that, or took a picture of something that phenomenal, and have it up on their slide or something. I mean, I even have it up on my. I actually have what you name site, the one everyone goes to post stuff on. Trying to think of his name. I'm having trouble with remember because I don't go there very often, but if I did, that would be the place I'd go to. But I put it up on damn, what is it called? It's the one where you know, one the guy and made a movie about him, and Facebook. That's it. I put it up as my background on my Facebook page. Just go to Spellbinder Double Zeal and you'll see it on there. It's my background Facebook picture, and I put this up there with this cat with a whatever it is with a top hat and carrying a banner, and it's a mouse looking, a rat looking thing. It's gray and everything, and it's walking in front of my yard. I took the picture of these deers. I thought I caught 3 deers. I can only caught 2 deers, and they're next to the house across the street, and this thing is walking down the street on my side, and it just comes into the picture with a banner and everything. I mean, I call it a banner because it's a stick. It looks like a T without the top part of it. It's just a T, capital T. And it has these animal heads on either side of it. And it looks like it's made out of antler, you know, like from a deer or something. It's like this is what it's got from it. And it's walking down, and I catch it in a photograph. And it's really wild. I mean, you really have to check it out. Like I said, it's on Spellbinder Double Zero on YouTube, and you have to go down a ways to find it. You can't miss it because the picture of it is there, and you play the 5-minute video, and you sit there and you know I am not lying about this. I am so freaked out by it. I actually have freaked outness of seeing what I saw, you know, in the picture. I've never seen anything like that. I know I've watched many YouTube videos where they're showing this, you know, creature in, I don't know, Ukraine or something, and it's got big long arms and legs, and it's picking up a glowing ball. I mean, you know, that's interesting too. I mean, it's like, and they catch it down the ways of the path they're walking down. It's like an old dirt road, and they catch it down there in the end, and they're picking up this thing, and it's freaky looking. And I looked at that and I go, that's as freaky as what I could have caught if I videotaped this. But I didn't videotape it. I mean, I wish I was videotaping. I may have caught this thing moving along and going in front of our yard and stuff and carrying a banner on top of the cat. But what was weird is when I took the picture, the cat was looking right at me. I mean, it was just glowing, like my fire wolf, red. I mean, that's how red glowing it was, the cat was. And I was like, wow. And it's looking at me. And you could tell it was hanging on to the back of the cat carrying this banner, because you see a ghostly arm going on the side towards me, which would be its left arm, and it was grabbing around the cat, hanging on to it like it was riding it, like a I don't know. And it's got all types of detail in there. It's something you have to check out. It's phenomenal, and I don't know if anyone else has ever seen anything like that. I wish I had more people on here. I mean, this is I am so impressed. And TJ was on here, and he kind of disappeared. I talked to him about it, and he could have gave you more detail about it, and as I told you, and say, yeah, I've seen that video, and it's trippy, and I mean, it's like, wow, this actually exists. Phenomenal universe. That's what I used to have a site on GeoCities called the Phenomenal Universe. What was it called? The Phenomenal Universe, I guess is what it was called. And I used to put things on there, not what I did, but other people did. And well, they took that away when they got rid of GeoCities. And GeoCities went away, and I was sad that that went away, because I had so many quotes on there and everything else, and oh well, that was too much for them. You wouldn't imagine some of the phenomenal stuff I've seen in the house, and I didn't have my camera out. I guess I should carry a camera with me constantly so I can catch this stuff and make it real for you when I publish it on my channel. And I got a video camera constantly kept charged in case I go out and see something. And I mean, it's ever since then I've been trying to catch more. And it's I mean, there was a guy who made a video documentary. You have to have Roku 3 to see it, but it's on this Phenomenal Activity channel, and he caught some stuff that I could probably catch out here if I went with my camera. With a little bit of light, a little bit of something, you'll be able to see these creatures everywhere. See orbs flying around you. They're everywhere. Not sure what the orbs are. But apparently, the way I can define it occultically, all the people that die don't go to purgatory, wherever that is. Purgatory is where we are, and we're in purgatory, and we're living in it, and we're just waiting for the end to go to heaven. I don't know. That's one definition. I have no idea. Because I see orbs myself flying around our house and moving around. That's why I get the ghost light. And I turn that on, and a lot of times I can catch ghosts talking, talking to me. I can try it again. It's later. It's it's past the witching hour, which is 12 to 3, or 12 to 2. After 2, it's a demon hour, I guess. I'm not really sure about that. That's something I'm trying to remember. I've read that somewhere where it gets to a certain time that you can turn the light on and you get responses because who knows what it is. It's open time. Let's put it this way. At 1:33 in the morning, people are sleeping most of the time. So they're, as in Don Juan in Calas Castaneda, the Indian Waka Indian, Yahweh Indian, he says that at this time of night, the spirits are more active. And I agree with him because there's not that many people awake, and therefore you can see them more. Well, I'm going to give it another try on my ghost light and see if I can get a response. This is when it normally happens. It has to be after midnight and, all night long. And at a certain time, they go away because they're everywhere. What's weird is I don't feel any of them around me. I mean, for the last couple of days, I felt cold. I had to put a jacket on. And it was like 65 degrees. It's 68 and I was wearing a jacket. So these ghosts are not hanging around me. They gave up on me and moved away or something. And I was having encounters. I'm looking around. I'm seeing if I see anything. I don't see nothing right now, but I'll give the ghost light another chance and see if there's a ghost around here. Because when I have these ghosts around me, I have to put a jacket on. That's how many of them are around me, and they just love. Apparently, I am a spirit magnet, and they come in and they'll talk to me. And I'm going to give it another shot. I'm going to turn the camera back on. Oh, not the camera, but the flashlight. And I'm going to try once again if I can get answers from them, or whoever these spirits are that are 50 yards away, or 950 yards. 50 yards away. That's a good count. They're about half a foot mile away, and they're on the side of the hill. And they seem to have been hanging around here in this house, and they seem to be attracted to me. But lately they haven't. I did something I didn't know. I said, guardian angel, be around me, be around me, and protect me from the entities around me. And maybe that is what keeps them away. And they can't get within 50 feet of me. And I don't know. It's like if you're abducted by aliens. If you ever have an alien encounter and you have these grays dragging you off in the light and stuff, if you can talk, say, Jesus, please stop this right now. And they'll throw you back in your bed and you have nothing to worry about. That gives me that tinge of maybe they are dynamic. I don't know. Hmm? So you're ever captured by an alien, you know what to do. Cry on to Jesus to save you. And they stop. Does that make Jesus alive and well and betterment in the universe? I don't know. I'm not very sure. That's what puzzles me in this entire UFO investigation. I haven't have something not to want to be involved with Jesus. Well, that must mean that Jesus is over them, whoever Jesus may be. And if you're atheist even, you have to sit back and go, well, that's interesting. Let's try it again. I probably won't get nothing since I did that, because they're okay. Is there any spirits here right now? Is there any spirits here? Light up the light. I'm going to do this again. One more time, just because. Okay, I'm going to put this light down here. I'll take the camera down here. I'm going to put it in front of it. Oh, knock some stuff out of the way. All right. Are there any spirits here? Is there a ghost here? Is there a demon here? Is there an angel here? Turn light on. See, got to. Turn it off. Turn it off right now. Off. Now. Light off. Light off. Is there an angel here? Light off. Is there a ghost here? Light off. Is there a ghost from 50 yards from me? Light off. Light off. It's not replying to me. See, this gives me an indication that I'm without ghost around me. Because if there's ghost around me, I'd turn that off. Just like that. Come on, turn it off. Okay. A spirit. Any spirit. Are you here? Light off. Light off. Right now. Light off. Spirit off. I tried to go and spirit off. I'm going to tighten up the lens. All right. Is there a ghost here? Please. If there's a ghost here, light the light up. Right now. Any ghost. Any ghost. Just light up. I know you're nearby. And you're probably hanging around here. Light on. And I don't get that. I mean, the temperature in here is 69 degrees. Okay. Is there a ghost here? Light up. Right now. May there be a ghost upon this light. Light up. Spirit. Light up. That means N-E-N-A-D. Say, yes, I'm here. Light up. Right now. Turn the light on. Shy, gun shy fuckers. Anyways, they get gun shy. I've had gun shy before. This is what I call gun shy. They don't want to talk. They know they're being talked to, and they will talk to me if they want to, and say yes. Light up the light. Come on. I'm going to play gun shy. Now, gun shy is a operation that I've come up with where they will come on and touch the light and turn it on. Now, on command. Normally these gun shyers will come on and they'll light up and they'll say, yes, I'm here. Are you from 1947? 1950? Okay, I'm going to count. 1920, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. You can turn the light on any time. 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70. We're in the 70s. 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79. We're in 80s. You went before 780. Turn the light on. 7 on. You can't be that dunce. Okay, you're not that dunce. 70, 79, 78, 77, 76, 75. Light on. 75, 74, 73, 72, 71. Light up the light if you're in any of those time zones. 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 99, 1999. And on 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96. You're getting younger. 98, 97, 96, 99, 100, 2000. Turn the light on. If you're here, you're a new one. Apparently, you're a new ghost, right? You're in the 90s. Light on. Turn the light on. Don't play this with me. I want you to play this with me. I gotta practice. This is practice here. 90. Now, in the 90s, in the 80s, in the 70s, turn the light on. Right now. I can't believe I can't get this light to work. It blows me away. It's like I have no one around me. Please turn the ghost on. Now, whoever you are, what date you are, man, come on, right now, please. Light now, please. Light now, please. Maybe it is a false thing. Maybe it is all false, and I think I'm delusioning myself. But it's true. A ghost will turn that light on right now and say yes. Ghost, now, say yes. Yes, I want to be free. I can send you home. Want to go home? I'm getting nothing, and it's on the 27th. I will make sure there's ghosts here, but this ghost is shy. It's a girl. I know she's a girl. She's about 4 years old, and she doesn't know to touch the light and turn it on right now. Turn it on right now, please. Please. I'm starting to feel cold in this room. I'm starting to get ghosts in here. Please turn the light on. Right now. Right now. Turn on. Say, yes, I'm here. Help me. I tried to call to you, and you're not. I'm starting to feel cold in here. So I'm starting to feel the ghost in here. And I'm trying to turn the light on. Turn on. Turn on. Keep my beer cool. Turn on. Right now. Hmm? Please? Please turn. Oh, there you go. Turn the light on. I was saying, you're not turning the light on. Now you can turn it off. Turn off. I want to ask questions. Off? Off? Right now. Turn off. Go to, and off it goes. Now, please, 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 I beg you to turn the light off. Right now. Turn it off. I know you're happy to make contact, but you gotta turn the light off. You know how to do that. Drain the energy. It goes away from the batteries and you go away. Now, please, off. Please off. You gotta turn the light off. You gotta listen to me. Please touch and turn the light off. So I'm not gonna swing that way again until you turn the light off. Now, now, now. Spirit, please turn that off. Say yes, right now. I answer you and we turn off. We turn off now. Please turn off. Right now. Light off. Totally off. Thank you. Thank you. Now turn it back on. No, I do that sometimes. I always say turn it back on and woo, to turn it back on. Okay. I'm working with a little girl and she's haunting. I'm starting to feel the cold. I'm gonna have to put my jacket on here in about 20 minutes. She's here. Touch the light. Say yes. I'm here. I'm here. Please. Thank you. I thank you that you're here. I'm not going to make any emotes. Maybe that gave you energy or something. Turn the light off. Now, click. When I do click, you're supposed to turn the light off. Just because. And you touch that light again. And you make it go away. Right now. Now. Do my command and you're free. You're free of the universe of this. Yes, you're working on it. Turn the light off, just touch it and drain the energy. Just drain it. That's all I want. Drain the energy of the light. It's yours. You can drain the energy of the light and be here. And talk to us. I can't talk to you unless you turn off. Right now. You gotta turn off right now so I can talk to you. I just want a couple of questions. A couple of questions as all I'm asking right now. Turn off. Say yes. Right now. You're so proud to be here. Turn off. I know you're proud to be here, but turn off. Turn off right now. Say, yes, I'm here. Off I go. Turn off right now. Krypton. off. Right now. You're going to play that, aren't you? Don't have to play that. All you have to do is turn it off, and you're here. I just want to ask a couple of questions. Turn the light off. Turn the light off, and you go back to wherever you come from. Right now. Say yes. Off. Off. Turn the light off. She is so happy to be on here. Off you go now. Off you go now. Off you go now. Now, please. Please turn the light off. Pretty please. Sugar on top. What about a little cherry on top of that? Turn it off. Right now. Right now. You go off. She's frightened against me because she's so happy to be on here that she doesn't want to leave. Cheryl, turn the light off. Now. Right now. Click. Cheryl, you know, click means off. Now, off. Off. Just say off. And touch the light and make it go off. Right now. Please, Cheryl. Cheryl, I know it's you. Turn the light off. Don't be proud to be on here with me. Just turn the light off. If you're not sure, turn the light off. How do you like that? I know it's Cheryl. Cheryl is an entity I know, and I've been talking to her, and she should just turn the light off. Turn off right now, please. Light off. Off. Come on, go off. You can do it. You can turn the light off, touch it, and say off. I can't answer any more questions unless you turn off. Is that a answer to you? She knows I can do the other way too. And that's what screws me up about this. Okay, I want to ask you more questions. Turn the light off. Turn it off. Let's go the other way. Turn it off if you want more answers asked. You're a beautiful woman. I love you. And you need to go off. Right now. Just turn off. Just like a switch. Off. There you go. Off. Just like a switch. Say yes. Off. Off. Turn it off. Turn the switch off and you go. Sometimes you have these battles with them. Please turn the light off right now. Switch off right now. Turn off. Down go the switch. Out go the lights. You know? Snap, snap, snap. Turn the light off right now, please. Oh, I almost think I lost contact with her. She don't turn that light off. Cheryl, turn that light off right now, please. Please. It's only for a moment, and you'll be able to bring it back on. Please. Light out now. Listen to me. I'm talking to you. Please turn the light off now. cherries on top. I know she liked that one before with whipped cream, cherries on top, all this fruit and vegetables and oh, you'll turn that off now, won't you? Right now. Just turn it off right now. Cherries on top. Right? Yes. Cherries on top. Out, 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 out. Totally out. Blow the candle out. Now. Now, please. I want you to follow my rules. I have rules. I mean, you don't realize what the rules are here. When you're talking to a ghost on a ghost light, there's rules to be played, and she's got to play them. And Cheryl is her name. I know it's Cheryl or Sherry. Probably why I Sherry off, please. I recognize her name. Sherry, please go off. Sherry, right now. Light off go the lights. Boom, boom. She was back in the time when they had that. Out goes the lights. Boom, 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 boom. Out goes the lights. Please, just turn it off. Say yes. I know you're here. I know I'm here. Out go the lights. Boom, boom. Oh man, I have to. This is somebody from the 70s. Now this is talking to a spirit from the 70s. She's still floating around. I wish her orb would touch that light and turn it off right now. Do it. Just do it. Right now. I don't want 1970s. Again, please, Sherry, turn the lights off right now. Sherry, lights go off right now. Sherry, I know her name's Sherry, so I'm working on that, and Sherry will turn that light off right now. Just go out, go the light, boom, boom, right? You almost turned it out before. Turn it out now, right now. Turn the light out, please, please. You're halfway there. Just turn it out and say, I know you're there. I know you're there. See how it reacts? It flickers. Sherry, out go the light now. Turn off. Turn off. Right now. Turn off. Please. Please. I beg you to turn that light off right now. Turn off. Off go the light. Boom, boom. She wants to stay around me, and she's using the light to stay around me. And that's because I dated her, and she's dead. You're dead. You're dead, right? You know you're dead. Out go the lights. I don't want to do this, but I gotta prove a point. You're dead. And I'm alive. Go out the light. Boom, boom. Out go the light. Now, turn it off. Please. Please turn the light off. Off. Totally. Totally turn it off. I'll call you back if you turn the light off. And you'll be back here again by touching the light. Please turn the light off. Turn it off right now. Off go the light right now. Ooh. God, you wouldn't imagine I was in love with this girl. Out go the light. Out go the light. Do I have to tell you I don't love you? And you don't have to talk to me ever again? I'll go that. I go that word to prove a point that I know I am in contact with this ghost. Cheryl or Sherry? Actually, her name was Sherry. Sherry, turn the light off right now, or I never love you again. Right now, turn the light off, or I never will love you again. I always loved you. You knew that, right? Now turn the light off and say, okay, I'm asking you the opposite question. You know that. Turn the light off. Right now. Right now. Please. Please do this for me and turn the light off and say, I love you. I love you, Brad, and I'll never leave you. Well, I know that. Turn the light off. Turn the light off. All the way. Off. Off. Turn the light off. Drain the energy and take the light out. I'm not going to touch it or anything. I want you to touch it and say yes. Light out. We'll bring you back here in a minute if you just turn the light off. I love you, Sherry. May you turn the light off and prove to me that you love me. Right now, turn the light off. Off. I mean, instantly. Please. With cherry on top. Remember the cherry on top of that blue, that mint, that milkshake, and oh yeah, you see it coming. Oh, it's there. Light out now. Light out right there. Dang, she can't quite suck the energy out of that bulb, and I'm like going, you're not that weak. You're right here. You're right now. You're around me, and you're gonna keep that up. Light out right now. Off, 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 off. Light out. Turn off. Say yes. Cherries, cherries, sherry. Off. Sherry, sherry off. With you see how that works? This is how amazing you can talk to spirits on a flashlight, and if you don't have it set just right, they can't. They're at a certain wavelength, and I can't get the light to go out. Light out, and I usually are able to just snap my fingers and the light will go out. That's depending on what spirit I'm talking to, and well, I got a lover here, and I got a ghost lover, if you want to call it that. A ghost lover. You ever imagine a ghost lover that still loves you after all these years with cherries on top and love, and they need to go, yes, light out, light out. Just turn the light out for now, for a second. Please turn that light out. Just, I love you. I love you so much. I really did. And you went away. I love you. Turn the light out and say yes. She, oh, I don't think she loved me as much as I thought she did. Because she brings the light back up. Light out. Right now. Light out. Light out. Just like a light switch. Turn off. I can't ask you questions if you are lit up. You understand that? Apparently. Turn the light out. Turn it out. Make it go dim. Make it go out. I love you with cherries on. Oh, she loved. Every time I start talking about cherries on top, it comes back to her. And never mind. It's a story. Lights out. Turn it off. I can't ask you questions unless you turn it off. Right now. Please, Cheryl? Sherry? God, her name's so close to Sherry and Cheryl. She's probably pissed at me. That's why she's not acting on this. Cheryl? Sherry? Sherry. And when her name was Sherry like the drink. I sure remembered that. Sherry? Light out now. Let's go. Boop. Turn the light out. Touch it. Make it go out. Please, Sherry. 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 You're there, aren't you? I can see you dimming the light. Sherry, turn the light off right now. I'm naming you a name to turn the light off. Please. Just to make this legitimate. Turn the light off. Just turn it off. Don't sit there and dim down and stuff. I want the light off. Right now. And then with cherries on top. I mean, every time I start talking about cherries, it's an incident that we had when, oh, well, it's something. Cherry on top, cherry on top, cherry. You know the drink with cherry on top, and we called it the sherry. Yeah, turn it off. Say yes right now. She so wants to stay around me. I feel like a ghost on here. I almost feel like the ghost. Let me, okay, let me try to adjust her. Maybe that's the wrong thing to do. I just turned it up a tenth of an inch. Sherry, are you here? Light on. Light on. Oh, I know you can light that light on. Oh, maybe I got too far. Spirits are weak in some respects. Sometimes they're so weak they can try to turn off the light, but they can also turn on the light and turn on bright. Sure, you still love me. Sherry, turn on the light, make it work. This is the test for my June 27th encounter with secular opinion. I'm trying to do a a test, and I know Sherry's still here. You're here, right? Sherry, light on. Sherry. I also use Cheryl too, but I don't know the Cheryl, but I do know Sherry. And I'm having difficulties here. Sherry, light on. Of course you have enough energy to turn that light on. Turn on. Got enough energy around you to light up a nuclear power plant. Now, what the? And you have to look at them. They're real weak signals of the other world. And I mean, I can pull this out. This is something I can pull out. It's a monitor, and I can go near the flashlight and go, Sherry, Sherry, are you here? Okay, I'm getting the screen. Sherry, come near the flashlight and turn it on, please. Right now. Sherry. Okay. What about another entity? I can go to another entity and try to go to the other entity. Wow, I'm getting waves off here. I'm using a device. I don't know if you've ever seen this before. It's a cell sensor, and I'm using it also to try to detect Sherry if she's going to come back and try to turn this on. Sherry, turn the light on. Now. Now. This is failing big time on her. She's probably pissed at me or something. Okay, we're going to go the ghost radio. Okay, we'll bring the ghost radio on. I'm going to go AM, because AM's a little better. And we're not having any antenna. Okay, there you go. We have to go to FM. There's too much static in the AM. We put the antenna out.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. If you're here. All right. You know this body. I don't know.
That's yours.
Are you here? Turn the light on. Turn the flashlight on the lamp. So yeah,
Great.
great. We're not getting anything out the ghost radio. They're saying great and all types of stuff, and it says great. I don't know if I have it too far turned down. I mean, they run on really low current. Turn the light off, please, Sherry. If you're here, light off. Say yes. Light off. And I'm not getting much. I mean, like I said, I'm going to have to wait until 27 and see if I get better. Sherry, turn the light off now, right now. Light off, please. Light off, please. Now, light off. Say light off. I can't answer questions with the light on. Or I could answer opposite questions and say light off. Right? I am not having any success tonight. I'm having zero success. I usually have a bunch of success right now. And I don't know why I'm not having it. Light off. Off. Right now. I mean, I usually snap my fingers and the light will go off. I'm not getting any success out of this. This is not going to be good when I go up against secular. I need results now. Is there a spirit here right now? Light off. Light off. Any spirit. Doesn't matter. Just any spirit. Right now. Turn the light off. You can touch it. You turn it off by draining energy from it. That's how it works. Turn the light off right now. Click. Oh, God. I'm impressed. I'm not getting results like I should be on the ghost light. Is there any entities within this vicinity that can turn that light off? Turn it off right now. Off. Just like that. Say off. Now. Now. Turn the light off. Make the light go off. Please. With cherries on top. I always ask that with all entities. Cherries is always a I'm just not having any. I don't know. Is it new moon or something? I mean, we are looking at almost new moon. Maybe that's the problem. It's almost new moon and they can't communicate. If you can communicate, spirits, turn the light off. Any spirits. Just turn the light off like you do a switch. Off it goes. Off goes the light. Boom, boom. I mean, and they're having a hard time. It's a new moon. What will it be on the 27th though? I got to check that out. He's setting me up because I can't get spirit response on new moon. Amazingly. sound like to me I'm losing a possibility here. It wants me to come out and prove myself wrong. Do you have to work on new moon or do you work on a full moon? Full moon, lights out. I know you must have enough power to flick that switch and say, lights out. Yeah, I think it has to be a new moon. And I think it's got to be a new moon before it works. I am actually believing that it has to be at least a full moon for the energy to work. I have no idea why, but for some reason, the energy has to be of a new moon. I can't get the ghost to respond. It was earlier tonight, just before we were starting to enter into a new moon, that I was able to communicate. And after that, it went blank on me. I'm going to have to reschedule for a new moon. A full moon, actually. Not a new moon, but a full moon. A full moon would be better. Apparently, the spirits come out on the full moon. It's like something. I have no idea. My occult stories say that you contact spirits not on the new moon, but on the full moon, and sometimes on a new moon. But I'm going to have to check out new moon when it goes to new moon. I'm looking at my calendar here, and it's 3/4 of a waning moon. 3/4 of a waning moon. So I'm not able to get in contact with the spirits until the 27th, and I'm going to have to look up what the 27th is. And new moons today are 17th. Okay, the 17th is going to be the new moon. So we'll have a waxing moon. I may have better chances on a waxing moon than I did tonight. This is very unusual because I didn't realize you had to contact ghosts on a certain day. And, or I did, but I didn't think about it. And I tried to do it just as oh no, this is going to be like, well, I can't contact them on this, but I can contact you on this day because there's a lot of energy out there between the moons and the earth, and it brings in vortexes, and I don't know. You'll have to figure it out. Is there anyone out there that has any information about that? On Friday Night Live, almost new moon. Is there something about ghosts that had to be contacted on a certain time? Oh, and you know about it. If anyone knows anything about this, come on the air. You can get on the air easily. I can't put you on the air here. I can. I guess I can. And I have to paste you using this. Oh, doesn't do it. I got the paste on here, but I can't do it through my I don't know why I can't just put you on here. Maybe we need this, and then I can paste you. There you are. You're pasted. If you're on here right now, and you're looking at my chat, group chat, you can come on here. That's the only way I know to get you on here besides all the other stuff I try to do. And you can just pop in right now and talk to me. Otherwise, I'm going to try it. I'm going to try to pop in some other people on my Google. I'm going to go followers again. And I don't get them, but they should have a link to this. When I do this, they should have a link all the way to me. And they should be able to talk. And I don't know why they can't when I post this link. I don't know why I have mini cams posted up on my, they're starting to play games like another site I know where they try to get mini cams up here. And they shouldn't be able to. It should be free. I thought it was free. Maybe it's not free. I got my link on there. And I should have Dango not responded. 26. 26 of us didn't respond. Well, that's interesting. You more. How many more didn't respond? Yeah, the whole bunch. Billy Wad. Calls himself Billy Wad. I don't know what's going on. I wish some others would have came on Annette and Kurt and Vinny's show. I wish they would come on. And I don't see them coming on. I tried to bring more people on and play the flashlight game, but maybe we could have a flashlight game where we both play both sides of it. Now there's a new idea. You too can turn your flashlight on, ask questions, and see if our ghosts can talk to each other. Now that's never been done. Let's play that game. That's been that would be something. And I mean, if the flashlights start flashing between each other, we'll know they're talking, and that would be an interesting thing. Now, I'm impressed with that. I'm actually impressed with that idea. I just wish you all could come on here and I'll be part of this. I wish I had more people on here. I mean, the minicam symbol was kind of annoying. I never got that before. And no, doesn't allow me to remove it. But the minicam program doesn't matter to me. I mean, we're all adults here, right? Let's smoke some tobacco and find out. That's what this is. I'll even show you the pouch. Bugle. Yeah. Bugle the pouch. And I'm going to light this up now. No smoke. I'm not allowed to smoke in the house. So if you see me blowing into a towel or something, it's because I'm not allowed to smoke in the house. The hell? If I want to smoke, I'm going to go outside. But I'm not right. Too many animals out there, strange creatures and stuff. Probably abduct me if I went out there. Well, fuck, they can abduct me in here. But my crystal protects me from their clutches. Yes, I've set up protection, magical protections, and they can't come after me. And I have a wand too. You want to see it? A great stab through the chest with a wand. Oh, it will turn to dust. And it'll go away. But that's not the point. And yeah, I have nothing. No, it's 2:39. Almost 3 o'clock, and I only got one person. I don't have anyone else. I invite more people. They're all asleep or something, and I can't get nobody else on here. I try to get people on here. I always do. I always try to get more people on here. I used to have 10 people on here. I have no idea what the problem is. I really don't. And they need to wake up or something Friday night now. And you're on the air if you want to come on the air. This is on the air. You want to talk? Speak up. I tried to get Sherry on here, and Sherry wouldn't talk. And I'm trying to do a preview to my 27th broadcast with, and she just doesn't want to come on. Sherry wants to come on. Turn the light on right now. Say yes. I want to come on. Turn the light. Sherry, you want to come on? Light on. Okay. She doesn't want to come on. She doesn't want to talk. It's a ghost, I know. And she doesn't want to come on. I have good times during the full moon. For some reason, I have no luck right now. And I can't get Sherry on. And I can't get any other ghost on. I said, any other ghost want to come on, turn the light on. And, I mean, if the light comes on, I'll put the camera down there. Sherry? Ghost? Any of you? Want to come on and say hi? Say hi. Say, light up the light. And no, I don't get nothing. It's too close to a new moon. I'm thinking that there are certain periods of times you can get a hold of these entities, and it has to be the new moon. And I have no one to talk to right now because nobody's talking. But if you want to talk, we can talk. What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about UFOs? Anything? Flying entities? I've come across them. Look like people flying through the air and stuff. I'm just, I don't know. I'm just going to sit here and be up till 3 o'clock. And if you don't want to talk, I'll go to bed after 20 minutes, basically. And if you want to talk to me, and that will be tonight's show. Tonight's show is people who want to talk. It's open lines and everything, and you want to talk, and you want to come on here and talk about entities or anything else. I'm wide open. You want to talk about how to cook a anchovy or something? I'm open for that. I'm open for anything right now. And if you're not talking, I'm going back to my dog. And I continue that. I'm trying to get people on here. Anyone? Followers? Are you ready to be on the air at about 3 o'clock in the morning? Well, I'm here. If you don't, well, it doesn't really matter to me. I got hiccups. Well, yeah, I'm not sure what he's going to come on here as. I got my wolf back, and that's all that matters. Got my wolf back, and I can't get my wolf back. You kidding me? Oh. Probably when I'm on here like this, I can't get my wolf back, even in mini cams. And, that's interesting. I invite people. I can't get my wolf back. And I don't have it down the bottom, which is kind of strange. I click on my wolf, and my wolf won't come back. I can't do anything. They got me open on my face, and I'm not going to say anything that's derogative or anything because of it. I get nothing. I get nothing when I introduce this in. I'm not even getting my wolf back. I need my wolf back is what I need. Oh well. It's all over. Can't get my wolf back. That really sucks because I click on it and it goes around and doesn't do anything. I'm not able to get anything back here. So I'm wide open. Why do I got minicams still running then? I can't get back into my minicams. That's interesting. Should be you too. I mean, I'm sure people are using magic against me or something. Magical internet. Yeah. I can't even do what I want to do. Maybe there is something I can do on here. Nobody? Nobody knows. I get none. This is weird. I've actually lost my minicam's operability. No, I want that. Interesting. I want this back. Anyone out there want to chat? Want to say something? Want to talk? No. Do the spark thing here. Yeah. Logic doesn't make any sense, does it? If you don't want to talk about issues and everything. Makes me want to just shut it down in about 10 minutes. You guys are running out of time if you want to get on here and talk. And if you want to talk, I'll put you up. You want to talk? Hang out? No. You get 10 minutes. If you don't come on, I'm off here. You get 20 minutes if you come on right now. It's Friday Night Live now. It's I see that you want to talk. I don't know why you wouldn't want to talk. You can put all types of information out there. And I see you want to talk. Come on here. I can't force you on the air. I don't have power to do that. But you can come on here and talk. Microphone, headphones, camera, you can talk. Don't want to talk? What's wrong with you? Why you don't want to talk? What seems to be the major malfunction here? It is Friday night. You have nothing better to do. Sitting back drinking beer and whatever. Let's talk about something. Okay. Nobody wants to talk. I got 2 viewers that don't want to talk. I have 128 viewers that don't want to talk. I might as well, show precipitants. I didn't know I had that on. That's, I don't like that. I don't like public or extended. Extended would give me everybody. And I don't know. I'm trying to get an audience on here. 255. I don't know how she does it. Wish I did. He does it. Trying to get as many people as she has on her. He has her own device. Really? You're not ready to come on my device. 2 people. Interesting. And you don't want to come on here. I need to shut off this. I need to invite public to extended circles. Well, I got extended circles. It must be something. I'm broadcasting live. I'm presenting. I can't get rid of me off of here. That's it. I have nobody. Presenting live to everyone. And nobody's listening. Nobody seems to care. Okay. Nobody wants to talk. I'm able to talk and be live at the same time. Wow. Nobody on Friday night wants to be on here. I can my circle. That's it. That's all I can do. I can't get rid of me off of here. Yeah, I can't. There I am. I'm on. You're open. You can talk. Anyone wants to say something. Okay, it's been this long. I'm going to have to find another resource while I'm on here. And you're going to have to put up with it. Okay. Here we go. Oh, okay. Oh, I get it. It's not a joke. Nobody? Okay. Nobody? Okay. Hmm. That's interesting. You know, all this crap out there. There we go. Going into it right now. This is what we got on headlines. Sir, the Iran army has fled, leaving ISIS to take thousands of artillery armored vehicles, and thanks what we should do. First thing is to elongate hours of mutinies or something. I don't know what it is. Video. Brenton, Washington, Harley Fort, a 9-year-old girl, set a great example of what's good can be accomplished without dependence on the government. She is building mobile sleeping shelters for homeless people and grows vegetables in her garden that she donates to a local food bank. True activist. Post June 12th. And that's what we should be doing. That's a video. Cleveland, Ohio. The police shooting death of Tamir Rice, a black adult size 5'7", 165 pounds, 12-year-old boy who brandished a pellet gun in a public area, led 8 citizens to independently seek charges against the police officers. And Ohio law allows persons who have a knowledge of the facts to ask a judge for an arrest warrant. The judge in this citizen case agreed that charges should be brought against the police, but whether or not that will be actually happening will be decided by a county prosecutor. CBS News, June 12. U.S. Senate Majority Leader Mitchell McConnell is using a defense policy bill to carry out his own cybersecurity bill aimed at restoring most of the provisions that expired last week from the Patriot Act. His bill, dubbed the Patriot Act 2.0, goes even beyond that point and could be used to prosecute whistleblowers. Daily Beast, June 11th. See how this is all going? It's not good. It's not good for the American people. Video. Obama is promoting a plan to diversify neighborhoods by building affordable housing in the affiliate areas. We assume that the affordable means the same as Obama's health care program. Billions of federal dollars in housing subsidies will be withheld from states and communities unless they provide their significantly inclusive and diverse. The plan would charge not only how neighborhoods look, but how they vote. Fox News, June 11th. You understand what's going on here? Does anyone understand what's going on here? Or am I the only one that understands what's going on here? No one's talking. 2 people out there, and they're all silent. I want you to talk. I want you to speak up. Oh, you jump away, you scaredy cat. You're not all scaredy cats, are you? Of course you are. I'm not a scaredy cat. Nothing that Obama says is any good. And we don't want to face up to that. He works for the whitey. You don't really work for whitey. You don't realize what's going on. Anyone out there want to say anything? It's 3:09 in the morning. But somebody's got to say something. All right, speak up. Nobody wants to speak up. Nobody wants to speak up. Oh, for you. Nobody wants to speak up for nothing. They're all too scared. All scaredy cats. Okay, let's go back. I'll go back to the plan. Nope, that's not the plan. This is the plan. Obama's probably a plan to diversify neighborhoods by building affordable housing. I think I already read that. Right? I mean, Muku bucks behind it. Yeah. U.S. concessional Republicans are allied with Obama. The Republicans are with Obama, allied with him, in this push to pass a three-trade bill, including the TPP, that will make it possible for corporations to sue governments and in their process override national laws. Remember, we're becoming the umbrella corporation. I don't know if you understand what umbrella corporation means, but it's all conglomerate corporations coming together under one wing and running the world. That's what they're doing. They're playing the game. And they're going to override national law, of course. And you don't think we're going to have zombies to get together in this? Good. Huh. That's funny. I ain't gonna read that one. That's stupid. Because he was a criminal to begin with and they took him out. Okay. Now, U.S. House Republicans are proposing to cut $838 million from the IRS budget in 2016. The bill is intended to prevent the IRS from further implementing individual mandates under Obamacare to protect the right of free speech and political environment, to the prohibit FCC from implementing the so-called net neutrality order. The bill also prohibits federal and local funds from being used for abortions or to advance legalized marijuana legislation. It's one thing propose a bill, but quite another to get it passed. And they won't. They will. Marijuana should be legal everywhere. It's a plant. You know, let's put this in perspective. It's a plant. It's like a rose bush. It's like a herb, and they want to legalize it because it interferes with their money making schemes. Okay. Uh-huh. Hmm. This is a neat thing that needs to be known. Kaspersky, a Russian cybersecurity firm that discovered it was being hacked by malware known as DUQ2. Evidence indicates that Israel is the hacker. Kaspersky then discovered that 3 luxury hotels in Europe also had been singled out. All of them have hosted nuclear negotiations. I have to repeat that, between the U.S. and Iran. It appears that Israel was spying on the Iran peace negotiations. Telegraph, that's the Telegraph from England, 2015, June 10th. And that's just the Koch. And you have to go there and find out that. And U.S., the Obama administration says the government will forgive about $3.6 billion of student loans to former students of California. Corinthian. I mean, who's Corinthian? Colleges. Corinthian was claimed for the for-profit schools that closed down in 2014 and went into bankruptcy following allegations of defrauding the federal government and inflating job placement rates. Taxpayers are on the hook for dishonest acts by a college administration. This came from Ben Swan, June 10th, 2015. Now, you think how much they're ripping you off? You're being fleeced right now. I don't know if the American people know it, but they're being fleeced right now. It's called The Fleecing of America. There was a book that was put out there saying the whole thing. You're being fleeced in America, and you don't know it. And you just don't know it. 3.6 billion. Wow. You know how much money that is? I wish I had 1 million of that. I think everyone in the United States could almost have 1 million of that. It's that close of fleecing America. It's I had 1 million of that. I wouldn't be here. I'd be on a yacht and sailing the Caribbean for a year. I'd be billions. Think about that, billions. I would be on a yacht sailing for a year in the Caribbean, enjoying myself. Must be nice to fleece America that much money. And it's not really fleecing you. They're just printing this crap out of paper, which I will soon be able to wallpaper my entire room in $100 bills, and it will be worthless. It will be just like after the Civil War. All the Southern money was worthless. You can go buy it on $1 per thousand, and you'll be able to fleece your creatures. And they're getting away with this, and it blows me away. U.S. Republican-dominated House of Representatives passed a bill to cut back on the ability of the government to monitor and regulate the trading practices of Wall Street banks. Obama is threatening to veto the bill, but those banks are heavily political donors, so it remains to be seen. Bloomberg, June 9th. Obama has called a half of his programs to shield up the 5 million illegal aliens from deportation. Remember that. 5 million illegals from deportation. They're probably criminals. His executive order that initiated that program was stopped by a judge in Texas, and now the program is boogled down to legal challenges. Department of Homeland Security planned to hire 300 new employees to independent programs have been suspended, but not canceled. Fiscal Times, June 9th. You see what's going on down here? You see what's happening in America? It's like U.S. The TSA failed to notice that 173 aviation workers were hired in spite of the fact that they were on the terrorist watch list. 73 aviation workers were hired in spite of the fact that they were on the terrorist watch list. This allowed them to work in secure areas and gave them opportunities to initiate an insider attack. CNN, June 9th. I mean, you're being told this. It's coming out. The TSA in a video, 62,000 employees, a yearly budget of $8 billion. In spite of a great outpouring of money, the agency has a 95% failure rate for detecting bombs and weapons in airports. The media continues to claim that the TSA has stopped terrorists, but this is strongly disputed by independent sources, CNN, June 5th. And it has. They haven't stopped a single terrorist over all these years of groping you and grabbing your balls and your daughters and wives' pussy and going and well, you let them go on with it. You don't stand up against it. You put up with it. I hope you're happy. They haven't stopped a single terrorist in the universe. And actually, a bunch of people went through with guns and everything, and they were never caught. Oh, wow. You know how your TSA is working. They just want to grope your balls and grope your mother and daughters and sisters and yourself and your wife and go and you let them get away with it. People should be taken out and shot, but that's beside the point. They're not doing their job, basically. That's what it is. And makes me mad. Really makes me mad. It's like I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. We're on the downfall. We're in some type of something between Nazi Germany and something else. And we're in the middle of it. And that's why I don't fly. I don't go anywhere. I actually stay hibernated and wait to see what's going to happen. I hide and look, actually. I really can't go out and do anything. And a lot of people, I think they feel the same way. They can't go out and do anything about this. TSA, the transsexual alignment is out there. And they're groping all your pieces so you can go and fly somewhere. Hell, if you're rich enough, you have a private jet, and guess what? The private jet people don't have to go through that. Oh no. If you're a millionaire and you have your own private jet, just walk out on the tarmac and get in your jet and fly off. They don't even bother you. I mean, the people who are rich, they only bother the people that's not rich, and they do as they will with you. I mean, I never understood how they let them get away with that. I think they should do that to every senator, every congressman, everyone. If they go through the airport, they need their balls gripped and go, and guess what? They'd stop that immediately if they were done that way. And well, you know how it is. We're just the miners here. We're down on the nothing. And that's why I don't fly. I don't do anything like that. And it's like, why go anywhere? I'm going to be abused and used if I do. But if I'm a congressman or somebody, oh my God, they will bear down to you. They will bow to you and go, I bow to you. And, there's the difference. And you don't get none of that. That's how they work. That's how they move. That's how they do it. And, that's what's happening right now in America. I mean, oh my God. U.S. on average, hospital charge patients or their insurers 3.4 times what the federal government thinks should be charged for medical services. Some hospitals charge 10 times their cost. The Atlantic, June 8th. They understand what's going on. Do you actually have an ideal of what's going on? We're being raped. America, you're being raped. Your children, your family, everyone's being raped. U.S., according to Inspector General's report, Social Security overpaid disability benefits by $17 billion over the past decade. Beneficiaries were people who are no longer disabled, earn too much money to qualify, are in prison, or are dead. Fox News, June 8th. There you go. There you go. I'm trying to bring this up to you and enlighten you, because apparently everyone's an idiot out there and don't understand this. The Saudi Arabian Supreme Court upheld the sentence of 10 years in prison and 1,000 lashes for bloggers. Raf Baderi, whose crime was to write about free speech and to criticize Islam. CNN, July 8. Israel has completed a 4-year experiment in detonating dirty bombs that will use conventional explosives to disperse radioactive particles. The government says this is a defensive measure against its enemies. RT, June 8, 2015. These are the articles coming out. Video, Colorado. Greenwood Village resident Leo Lynch home was the scene of a SWAT team standoff with a shoplifting suspect who ran inside Leach's home to barricade himself. The police used military tank to completely destroy the home. Just to go after a shoplifter, they destroy the home. Is that justice? No. This guy killed nobody. He didn't do no damage to nothing, but they'll go through your home with a bulldozer. I mean, a tank. What the hell? ABC News, June 8. Okay. Video. South Carolina. Former police officer Michael Slager has been indicted on charges of murder for shooting a man 8 times in the back. The man was running away from Slager, and the multiple shots qualified as shooting for the charge of murder instead of manslaughter. CBS News, June 8, 2015. They just shoot you if you do anything. Remember, if you see a police officer, don't run, walk away or walk up to him and say, what's your problem? I mean, who knows? I mean, how do you deal with these situations when you got crazy cops on psychotic drugs and they're going, and you're trying to, oh, God, it's insanity. South Carolina. Former police officer Michael Slager has been indicted on charges of murder for shooting a man 8 times in the back. The man was running away. Oh, I just read that, didn't I? He shot 8 times in the back. And it's like, how many psychotic drugs was this guy on? And how much money did the pharmaceutical company make from putting him on them before he did his stupidity? Anyways, Honduras, an estimated 20,000 protesters marched through Honduras capital on Friday, demanding the registration of President Juan Orlando Hernández. This is a response to corruption scandals in which the ruling National Party accepted money and had been from Social Security funds. The opposition says the president received about 90 million skimmed from Honduras' public health system and used it for his recent election campaign. BBC, June 6, 2015. Email release under a Freedom of Information Act requested provide a clerk a peek behind the Secretary of surrounding the Trans-Pacific Partnership Trade, TPP, deal now being pushed by Obama. The email show how one chemical company, a CEO, James DeLuise of Fenwood Chemical, was so pleased with the rules being set by the TPP trade deal that he joked about making a royalty payment to the U.S. government officials. Then he said, these rules are our rules. These rules are our wills. I mean, I have to repeat it over and over again to get through your thick skulls that you're being robbed again. The emails revealed a close-knit relationship between negotiators and the industrial insiders. Prison Planet posted June 5th. Do you understand what's going on? Are you that dunce that you don't care, and you don't care if they come up to you and bat you in the head and go, and you sit there and go, okay, it's good, it's okay, beat me to death, I don't care, kill my children, kill my mother, kill my father, kill my wife. And you're no, you're not paying attention. Again, you're not paying attention to what's coming down the pipe. Video shows Salt Lake City police shooting a man who was walking away from them after they yelled for him to stop. Okay. That sounds reasonable, right? He was walking away and they're saying, stop, stop. He may not know. The man was wearing headphones and may not have heard them. The shooting was ruled by police department to be justified. We can kill you if you have headphones on. And you're going, and you don't know anything. Okay. It's okay to shoot people with headphones on. Now remember that. They're saying it's okay to shoot people with headphones on. It's okay to shoot people with headphones on. Are you looking, or do you see what they're... because the officers thought the man might have been armed and perceived him to be a threat. Might have been armed and perceived him as a threat. Our police officers are on these drugs, you know, psychotic drugs, and make them go, kill him. You're not paying attention. Okay. Because they thought the man may have been armed and perceived to be a threat, even though he was walking away. Walking away. He didn't know. They don't go up and say, "Sir," tap him on the back and go, "Are you okay?" No. They turn around and just pull the guns out and go pop, 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 and shoot him 6 times in the back. We're living in a crazy world when they're able to allow the police officers to do that. Those guys should have been taken out, put on their knees, and their heads blown clear off with a shot-off shotgun. That's what should have happened to them, because they're brain damaged. There's something wrong with them. They shouldn't have been allowed to exist. If they're shooting a person walking away and they tell them to stop, and you know they're going, "Stop, stop, stop right there," and really, they can just shoot a person down in the street for walking away, and he has headphones on, and he doesn't hear them, and he's just walking. He's not running. He's not doing anything out of the ordinary. But the cops pull their guns out and unload them on him. Okay? Do you understand what's going on here? We're living in Nazi Germany in America. It's called the Fourth Reich. If you don't know what the Fourth Reich is, it's a combination of another country involved in our country, and I'm not even going to mention that because I don't need to, because they're crazy in their country. And it's a country that's smaller than ours, and it's in the Middle East, and they allow them to shoot citizens on the spot if they don't stop when they're commanded to, even if they have headphones on, you know, or earbuds in your ears. You better watch that. If you're walking around earbuds in your ears and you don't hear a cop behind you saying stop, 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 and then they unload the gun on you, then you're not understanding what's going on. This makes me a wow. Alternative news of June 5th. I mean, it's just, you can't go on with more than this. Now, the analysis for this week. Here is a list of manufacturers to avoid because they use BPA, a hormone distributor, in their food packaging. Now, I'm gonna walk over here if I can get a hold of it. Now if I take my earphones out. Okay, I'm gonna pull this up. This is something you should know. Everyone should know. It's called Essentials. Essentia. It actually says on the side, this is made from non-BPA plastic. This will not cause males to go sterile and will not make them grow breast. That's basically what it's saying. And it won't turn females into super hormone females, like men with females hormones. I mean, okay. I'm just pointing that out. This is analysis by the American Bar Association of England, Magna Carta. The Magna Carta paved the way for the U.S. Constitution that its originated concept of government acceptability due to process and other check on government power. Check on government power. We have no checks and balances on the government power. They're just able to go out and say, well, you got to give us taxes. That's the imbalance. and you will pay for whatever we, the gods, will tell you. Well, remember this. The people of America are the gods, not them. Okay. That's it. That's it for this week's unfiltered news. I just kind of decided to do one of these. I haven't done one in a while with the unfiltered news from the Reality Zone by G. Edward Griffin, who wrote the book that everyone should read called The Creature from Jekyll Island. Everyone should read that book. You'll understand why we're here where we're here now is because of that documentation that he came up with and said, look, this is what the banksters are doing. And they are banksters. They're gangsters who bought banks and they became the gangsters. And if you don't understand that, then you haven't been paying attention. And I always say that you haven't been paying attention if you don't know the bankers are the banksters, and they are the ones, the Federal Reserve and everyone else, and these major banks. I'm not saying the small bank in your town, the credit unions or anything. No, it's the banksters. Like, one is the think about the big snake, BOA, right? Bank of America. It's exactly that. It's a snake, and it wraps around you and it squeezes everything out of you. Go from there. The pirate bank. What's in your wallet? We want it in ours. No, that's basically what they're saying when they say, what's in your wallet? And I always come back with, what's in your wallet? We want it in ours. And go from there. And you'll figure out how these gangsters are running the banksting systems, and they're banksters. They're not really American now. They're not even human, as far as I'm concerned. They're non-human if they're acting that way, because a human wouldn't act that way. Okay, let me go back to this. I'm still broadcasting. I got one viewer that probably understands. If the viewer would come forward and say, yes, I understand what you're talking about with the banksters and everything, well, you'd probably understand all this. I just went through and read the headlines of these articles, and I'm like, no, this can't be happening in America. Yes, it is happening in America. And you're going to have to wake up to it sooner or later and see what's going down the tube. And it's coming in September 15th. I hear an end date for America, but that's just what they're saying. Maybe something will happen and allow it to go on. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm trying to ossify this and say they can't really do that. Like I said, I held this bottle up. It's called Essentium. It says 9.2 in alkali. We need alkali in our system. We have too much acid in our system. It's caused by everything you can imagine. And they got so much acid in our system, we have to go back and get the acid out of our system. So you need that water, or you have to buy the droplets that's advertised on anything from GCN Live or whatever, and put a few drops in your water if it's purified. I mean, I wouldn't allow anyone in my family, if I could, drink public water. It's I mean, I got well water, so I'm doing good. I got well water. I purify it through a filter to get the nitrates out because we have a lot of farmlands around here, and they put nitrates in the water, and you're drinking nitrates, and nitrates are personally bad. And well, I try to save people is what I try to do. I really do. I go out and try to tell people, that's not good for you. And if you read the and what's in it and stuff, it has aspartame or all these other sweeteners they put in there. It's not real sugar cane. It's everything but sugar cane. It's bad for you. It will corrupt your liver. It will destroy your digestive system. I mean, it's amazing what they can do in the manufacturing company under Monsanto. I actually read an article today that Monsanto is going to change its name from Monsanto to something else. They're keeping it a secret, and they're going to change it to something else, and you're going to think, oh, wow, Monsanto went away. Oh, no, Monsanto's still here. They're just changing their name, and they're going to play this game with you. And it's like, I never understood how they got away with that to begin with. I can understand that. I had a lot of people join and leave, and I have no idea. And apparently, they don't understand what's going on. If they understood what was going on, they wouldn't go away. And taking issues on my mini cams. Try recommend settings. Select this option to test program. Okay. I'm getting all types of stuff from mini cams. I should have mini cams on here like this and be able to do this. That is what I should be able to do. And I have no idea why I had so much problems with it. And I couldn't get back to this. This is where I get back to Firewolf, because Firewolf is everything. You should be a Firewolf yourself. You should be into this. You should be absolutely mad that they've done this to you, that they destroyed your children. If you have children, they've killed them already. And if you don't know that, then you haven't been paying attention. When you took vaccinations and they demanded you to take these vaccinations, well, you took the vaccinations for your children, and now you're guilty, and they're not, because they have laws now saying they're not guilty. You allowed your children to take it, even though you had to sign this paper and everything. And yeah, you're kind of guilty for your own children's defects. And they're depopulating this world. Of course, they want 500 million or 500 billion, or I mean, what is it, 500 million left out of 1 point. No, it's more than that, isn't it? It's about 6 billion people. They want to get rid of 6 billion people, but they only want 500 million. And the 500 million, guess who they are? They're the ones working with them. And they're going to be turned to slaves and everything. And you never realize it. It's like, really? You're not going to realize that? You're not going to wake up to that when your kids have cancer and everything and they're dying before you do. I mean, when your kids die before you do, there's something wrong in the system. Something wrong in the system. They have reduced the population because they're making people die earlier than they should have. We should be living to 120 plus years easily and healthy before we die. Oh no, they've just turned that around and just flipped the coin on the opposite side. I don't expect to live more in the next few years because they turned me into an alcoholic just about because they took away my marijuana. And marijuana will make you live over 100 years if you just smoke it. Ask the Indians in India. They'll tell you so. And they live a long time. They have a prosperous life. And, well, we're being killed. Right now, they're killing us with poisoning our food. I may live longer than that because I take vitamins and don't eat all the GMO foods and stuff that they present to us. I'm able to bypass them and I take vitamins and I drink a lot. Why? Because they said alcohol's good, marijuana's bad, and they're starting to make a change on that. Maybe they're starting to understand that when you don't have at least 2 children and lifespan, the population drops down to 0. Maybe they've done the mathematics on that. I don't know, but maybe they're starting to realize that. You want to cut down the population, but we don't want to wipe it out. Well, when you put GMO and everything, you wiped it out. I'm sorry. Clenching of children. Soylent green. We can eat human as soylent green. No, you can't do that. I can't believe that. I can't believe the movie Soylent Green. I don't know what their thinking is. They're a bunch of idiots, what it is. We got a bunch of scientific and military and government idiots out there. They don't know the truth. They're trying to dumb us down to their level. So we'll have a form of idiocracy. I have a friend who uses that film. He borrows it from me every so often, a DVD, and shows it to his class and saying, this is what we're going to become if you don't have critical thinking. And it's true. If you don't have critical thinking, you're going to become idiocracy. You're going to become the movie Idiocracy, where this guy who has an average IQ gets thrown into a chamber of freezing, cyber chamber. He wakes up 200 years later, and he's Einstein compared to them. That is what we're heading towards. We're heading towards people in the past were smarter than the people in the future. I do see that coming. Why not? Has anyone ever seen that movie? Idiocracy? It's an awesome movie. It really is. And you sit there and watch what goes on in that movie, and you're sitting there going, this is what the human race is going towards. I mean, and if you still have critical thinking. You look at that movie and you see that's where the human race is heading. Idiocracy. We turn idiots. They're going to turn into morons. And they're running government and everything. And he's like Einstein with an average IQ. 200 years from now. And you got to think about that. That's something you got to think about. You got to sit back and just go, wow, we're heading that way. With the way the government's running and everything and how they're thinking and how idiot they are, we're heading into idiocracy. And we are. People have a language you can't understand hardly because it's so slanged and everything that you, in 200 years from now, if you went from here to there, you wouldn't understand a damn word they said. It'd be going, yeah, we're gonna, and you'll pick out certain words and stuff, and you're sitting back there going, wow, that really is idiocracy. That's really idiocracy. We've run into that with slang. I mean, you had the jive generation, like they did on Airplane, with the guy going, you die, God, God, and I move on, and the lady going, what did you say? And this old lady, amazingly in the movie of Airplane, gets up and goes, I understand jive. You gonna say what to me? And you're gonna, and he was, and you sit there and you go, this is where it's going towards. It's going towards a new language, a new thing, a new thinking. I mean, if you live 200 years, if you weren't catch up on all the new language and everything, you wouldn't understand half the words they're saying. You'd sit there and say, what? And we're kind of heading that way. We're heading that way. That's what idiocracy was all about. We're heading into a future where everyone's an idiot. And that's why it's called idiocracy. Everyone's going to be an idiot. And we're going to, it's called like de-evolution. And we're going to go the other way as far as language and everything. And it's like, huh? If you lived in the future, if you could get frozen and go in the future, you could actually teach them superior language compared to what they have. And that's what I always thought of. And my friend came to me, and he's taking a logic class where you think logically. I actually agreed with him. I said, you know what? Yeah, you're right. We're going to de-evolution and idiocracy. As far as language and culture and everything, it's kind of like, it really blows me away. I don't know how many people have seen that movie. They need to see it. You need to see the movie. I think we got some people who are already there, and they fit right in. If they went into the future 200 years, they just walk out and go, huh, wow, man, this is just what I pictured it to be. Like Beavis and Butthead type thinking and stuff. It's like, no, this is not what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to advance to a system. I mean, if we had control of the governments of this world and they didn't have their idiocracy of their own, we'd already be on Mars, some of the planets of Jupiter. We have been beyond the star system. We've been everywhere. If we didn't have these people running our planet as a bunch of apes and we're more involved than they are. I mean, think about it. We're more involved than the ape, but these people act like they're still back in the ape days. And ooh, ooh, I am king. Ooh, ooh, I'm president, and ooh, ooh, I am governor. And it doesn't matter what color they are or anything. It doesn't even matter if they're green, black, red, yellow, orange, purple. It doesn't matter. If they're acting like that, then they are like that. And that's what upsets me the most in all this idiocracy that I'm going through. I feel like I was born before I should have been. I should have been born 10,000 years from now. Maybe we will reverse back to superior beings and stuff. And, we're superior beings, or it's like Babylon 5, or no, not Babylon 5. What was that called? Name was, yeah, Babylon 5. No, not Babylon 5. It was the one where they had the race against each other, and at the very end, it turns out the humans are bald-headed, they're kind of bigger-eyed, and they're white and they're tall. And what was that movie? I'm having a hard time remembering that movie. It wasn't Babylon 5, was it? It was oh, what was it called? It's where they had the reptiles and stuff fighting against each other all the time, and they were there, and they went to a very end of it. They turned out on the last episode to be these superior beings of humans, and they stood about 6 foot tall, and they were bald-headed with larger heads, and oh, it wasn't. What was it called? Damn, that movie escapes me. I haven't seen it in so long. It's been a long time since I've seen that series, but they ended it correctly. They should have. I mean, all these series that you see should be ended correctly. I've come across series that they just didn't end it correctly. But they turned out to be the superior beings of the galaxy, and it was the human race. And I'm always trying to remember that series. And they ended it that way, which was the correct way to end it. And they should have done this with all the series that they ended. I mean, there was a series I was watching. I saw one episode of it, and it was called Rewind. Now, Rewind was an excellent sci-fi series. They had one episode. It was the pilot, and it was an hour and a half, 2 hours long, depending on the commercials. And I got to see that on YouTube. It was called Rewind, and it was about these people who developed time travel, and it was through the accelerator, like CERN, and they opened a portal up at the end of it, and it would change every so often. But New York City was blown up, and they had to go back and fix it. And so they used the CERN thing, and they were saying, well, we're either kill off the guy who's going to do it or something else. And this guy comes up, well, let's go back to the records. And he went back to the records and said, well, the guy that killed his wife is the one that caused him to build this nuclear bomb that blew up in New York City. Okay. And if you went back in time and killed him, you would stop the entire, sequence of his wife getting mugged and killed by this murderer who was 65 at the time, and at that time he was in his 20s, and they went back in time and this one guy they took back with him, he was a Marine and everything, and he actually saw through this and said, guess what? What if we just stop him? and they went back to kill him, but yet he just stopped him. He grabbed him and said, I'm your guardian angel. And he was shaking him and saying, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. And he told him everything that was going to happen. And he said, you take care of he had a sister. And he said, you take care of that sister of yours, and this will never happen. And he put him on a railroad track, and he was willing to get ran over with the railroad track because they were near the end of their time span in that universe through the CERN. You only have so much time to go out and get back. And there was getting to the, like 15 minutes or something like that. And he puts the guy on the railroad tracks, and he tells him, I'll die with you. And this guy goes, no, I don't want to die. So he pulls him off, and he says, there, I told you something. I alerted you, and there's something that you didn't know. And then they had a race back. This back in the 1930s. They had to get back. They had so much time to get back, and they found out there's a bootlegger road back to Washington, D.C., where their CERN experiment was, to get back, where it opened up a portal. And they get back just in time, in nick of time. They jump through the vortex and come back into our time. And it's oh no, it's an interesting series. I was amazed that it was canceled after just a pilot. And I was like, normally they don't just run a pilot like this. I mean, I've seen them do it before. They just run the pilot, and then nobody buys into it, and nobody takes a bite of it and say, yeah, let's make a few episodes. No, they just ended it right there. And they had this guy who was one of the officers who decided to use the CERN experiment and jump through another time with a gun and everything. And it was in the winter time, so he knew it was going to open up in the winter time. So he opens up this bag and had a parka in it, and he puts it on, and he runs through and goes into that time. And that's where it ended. I would like to see the next episode. It would have been interesting to see the next episode of this rewind it again. That was what it called, because they went back in time. They could go back in time, but they couldn't go in the future. So it was rewind is what they called it. And sounds like the Montauk Project. It kind of reminds me of the Montauk Project of traveling back in time and not forward in time. Though Montauk Project acted like they could go forward in time if they missed something, and they could go forward in time and bring back something. It was a trip, but they didn't do that with the Montauk Project. They just went back in time. That's all they were allowed to go. Let's go back. And I don't know. That's about all I have word to say tonight. I mean, I'm amazed I didn't have more audience on here. I had a few people jump in. It's part of my group and stuff. And they came in and said hello and everything, and we talked for a little bit. But I'm just amazed we didn't just have an all-out conference on this. Maybe I should name it differently. Maybe I should name it time travel or something of another nature. Maybe that's why they didn't come in, because I didn't make it more interesting, I guess. I just thought my normal group would come in and wouldn't talk about anything. I mean, I put down anything. I mean, talk about anything, but I never seem to be able to pull in the same audience I used to pull in when I first started this. And I'm always, maybe I should change it from Saturday or Friday Night Live now to time travel and space warps or something, and then maybe I'd get more of an audience. I don't know. Right now, I'm not getting anything. I got nothing. That's normal. I have nothing. Maybe that's the reason why I have nothing. And I'm still sitting at I have nothing. I'm not having my normal people that come in. I mean, I normally have, I have several people that will come in here, and none of them showed up tonight. So they're going to have to watch me later on, I guess. Maybe that's what they're doing, because they say, well, just let him talk. He has a lot to say, and I do always have a lot to say. But it's always good to get comeback, talking between people like a talk show. Somebody comes in and says stuff, and coast to coast or something. And I never get that. I don't get that on here. I just don't get the coast to coast feeling on here. I just don't, and it's open, like an open line. Anyone can come in and talk, as long as we all don't talk together. And I always have a fun time on here. But lately, all I've been doing is one-sided talk. And it's like, well, one-sided talk is not really fun. It's nice when you have somebody coming in and either debating you or saying something that, that you don't say or something. And I always like that, or you're not saying it right or something. I mean, I always like the competition. I'm not like a person that's going to just, throw you off because you're disagreeing with me. It's only when you come on with all the pornography and stuff and you're off here. You're automatically neutral. But I have nobody. And that amazes me. And I'm still alive. I'm at about probably 8 hours. And I have nothing. And I got one person, probably me, myself, and I. Is that the one person I got? Me, myself, and I? Should be 3 of us on here then. And I try to bring on a conversation, and I just never get an interesting conversation. That's why I like secular companion, secular companion. Companion? Where the hell did they get that word from? I like secular on here because we're able to have an actual talk and talk about stuff. And secular opinion. I was trying to figure out where I got the L word from. But we always have a cool conversation. We're always talking, and we're always trying to have a conversation. And I couldn't get him on here tonight. I invited him, but apparently he's more busy doing something else, talking on another line, has his own show, and I couldn't get secular on here. So I'm all by myself. Me, myself, and I. That's all it's on here. I mean, I can probably talk to myself and me and my and but that wouldn't be entertaining. It's better to have entertaining with other people. And I'm still waiting to see if anyone comes on here, because in about 15, 20 minutes, I'm going to bed. If you don't keep me awake, I'm going to go to bed. If you don't come on here and talk to me. If there's no one going to come on here and talk to me. I mean, I went through TJ, I went through others, and he wasn't on long. Most of the others wasn't on long. And, I mean, I can't get extended circles. I can't even do public. They won't allow me to do public. I'm going, why not? Why don't you do public? I never do public or extended circles. Why? What did I do to lose that customer value? I mean, I go on here. I'll turn them on. Give them about 15, 20 minutes to keep me awake. And if they don't, I don't know. VIPs. Team members. Whatever that means. All of us. And I try to bring them on for 15 minutes. If they don't come on real soon, I'm off here. I'll stay on until it's time to get off. I have nothing holding me from going to sleep except for, well, I'm not going to mention that. It's London Dry. I'll keep recording this. Really can't record anymore. Broke this door, and I can't find any money to keep me going, so I must be broke. I'm spending my silver. Well, I guess Saturday night's a better night to invite people. Well, most would. Oh, I can't find anybody else. There's really nothing. They used to give us all types of ways to. What's that mean? Pencil? Well, that's not working. It ain't working at all. I'm trying to. Live show. Should I? Okay. Live show.
Invite everyone. They should all be on here. Invited the following members.
I can't do it.
VIP.
Gotta be kidding me. I gotta bring this up. Keyboard. Bring it up above. And go,
All of us. Invite. They're all invited to come on here and have a live conversation. As far as I know.
Okay. It's playing games with me.
Okay. This is live. We're live on the air. Well, waiting for our public to come forward. I am going to go to
Okay, I can shut this down. I just opened it up to everyone. I hope they enjoy that. I opened it up to everyone. Hello. I don't know if I'm still on the air. I'm still on the air. I've got two friends. I have actually opened the last part of it up to everyone on YouTube. It should be on there. You go to it and it'll say comment, and I put myself in and put this channel in. It should be comment. Everyone can come in. You'll all be here. I don't know why. Nobody comes in and wants to talk. I don't know why they want to listen and not talk. I mean, I adore people having a conversation like a talk show host. I'm waiting for the caller to come in. I ran out of stuff to talk about. I really want to talk about. I really did. I ran out of stuff to talk about. If you want me to talk about something, come on in. There's 2 views. I know the 2 views are active. All they have to do is turn their mic on and they're in. I mean, if they're viewing, I feel that you can just drop in. No blocks, so just drop in, say hello. My phone's up. Everything's working. Where are you guys at? Where are you hiding down at? Why are you up this late in the morning at 4:20, 4:24? Marco up there. gotta be more entertaining than Nolly. I mean, I know what she's going through, and probably more entertaining. I never get anyone. Huh. Apparently, the end of the world's not interesting enough to you, or anything else that you can come up with. This is open channel. This is up to you. I don't want to talk. I want to hear your comments. I want to hear your speak. I want to hear you. I'm not here to hear myself talk to myself. You know what I mean? Mm-mm. I'm here to listen to the public. I'm here to let you talk your mind. What you want to talk about. And I'm impressed that I don't get anyone. I'm very impressed I don't get that. I get my cat. My cat's here. Meow. And she meows to me. And I'm like, meow. Oh. Went down to reach at her and she took off. And or she does that. She wants food or something. And it's like, I gave you food. What do you want? You gonna lovey-dovey me until I give you food? You ate all that? A whole bowl full? What are you wearing? Why don't you eat the mice around here? You need to go micing. I always tell my cat to go micing. Oh, we got mice running around in here, and it's. I had one that used to live on my computer system. It is, and next thing I saw was it jumped up on top of this little mirror we got on the side of the wall, and jumped on top of the refrigerator in the instant. I went, well, that's a good mouse. It was a full-grown mouse. It's not rats. We don't have rats here. We have mice. And that's the difference between mice and rats. Is the mice are a little smaller. They're gray. They're basically field mice. I mean, yeah. Nobody talked to me about the field mice and stuff, and talk about anything you want to talk about. Well, I'm open storybook on this. It doesn't really matter. I have mice. The mouse came up here and tried to move this book off of this self-eating bite-sized mini wheats by Kellogg's, and tried to move the book but couldn't move the book, which was good because I'm munching on that right now. That's why you probably heard the crunching at first. That's okay. the mouse gets down there and eats my cat's food. And I get them nice and fat for my cat. And when they don't eat my food, that's okay. They can eat the cat's food. It's naturals by Purina Cow. And I found mouse poop in, just a single poop in the bowl. I'm going, cat, you're letting the mice eat your food? Are you good? I'm trying to fatten them up. She just kind of looks at me. Trying to fatten that cat, fatten that mouse up. But it's okay. She can come here. She sniffs around. She has try to get her up on the chair, try and pet her. But she wants to run around and look for mice. Well, that's good. That's their job. They look around for mice. And she's a mouser. I think this is a strange Japanese anime where I expect my cat to catch mice. Okay, I said it. Japanese will like it because it fits right in the ring. The cat's supposed to catch the mouse. That's what she's supposed to do. She's supposed to come through here, look around, catch the mice that are up in the lower ceiling of the basement. Got so much poop up there. I gotta clean that and everything else. Like a slave. But you have to understand, we live in an anime, so I sit back in this story. I'm gonna tell you about it. Who could do that? This would be, I guarantee, a Japanese person who's an animator and a writer will take this to appreciation. I live in this, I don't live in the basement. I live upstairs, but I work in the basement. And as the story goes, I have its cat. My mother brought it home and thought it was cute because it was long haired. And this cat is kind of strange in itself. And the cat has a strangeness to itself. It'll catch mice and everything, but otherwise it just lays around like a lazy cat. And like a Japanese film where you see the calico laying down and going. And you come in and you scratch her on a certain side of her upper back and towards her front legs, and she at you and have all this stuff happening with her. Yes, I do. I actually live in a Japanese anime. It's weird, but I am. And I'm waiting for something strange to happen. Ghost or whatever. Ghosts are everywhere. They never leave. They always bother me. They're always around me. Hell, I have a ghost that lays in my bed and lays there, and it's cold. And I'm like cuddling up. And when she gets up and leaves, she leaves me in a sweat because, well, I cut her up and the blankets make me so warm, I have to throw the blankets off again. And later, this ghost will come back. The cat never seems to see it. But I know the cat's out there looking. And I think she's looking for mice, but I'm not sure. This is how the story goes. And she's out there looking for this ghost. There's no poltergeist activity. It's one of those weird, no banging on the walls or anything, nothing. It says it's a poltergeist. That's why I say it's a ghost. A ghost doesn't bang on the walls or anything. A ghost just kind of shows up. The room gets cold. And right now, I'm living in comfort right now. I have no coat on. For the last 3 days, I had this ghost that was so around me and keeping me so cold that I had to put on a hoodie. Well, you know what a hoodie is. It's a jacket with a hood on it. But I didn't put the hood on. I just put the jacket on. And I'm sitting here trying to survive. And it was like, oh, right now it's 70 degrees in here. 70 degrees. I can look up and look at a thermometer inside and say, it's 70 degrees. I don't feel cold. I'm not having any poltergeist activity. I mean, sometimes during this night, when the temperature goes down to 70 degrees, it goes down to 65 in here. And that's not the air conditioning. It's just drops. And I'm in it. Right now, I'm in neutral right now, apparently. I don't have any ghost activity or anything. I can't get a hold of ghosts. And I really don't know. And it's kind of like an anime. I'm sitting here waiting for the ghost to come back. And the ghost doesn't come back. I had the light turned on. I mean, I can turn the light on. Just barely. Which is how you do it. Just barely turn on. And set it there and see if she comes back. If she comes back, the light will come on. It's like a perfect Japanese anime. We have a ghost girl, and she comes back to you as a male, and you're not expecting it or anything, and you're not really wanting it. I mean, what are you going to do with a ghost? And I say, Cheryl, are you here? And I ask, and I get nothing. She's apparently been pulled back for some reason. Who knows what the reason is behind it? This would make a great Japanese anime. And I'm calling back to her at this time going, Cheryl, are you here? And I get no response. She's not here. I don't feel cold. I'm in a t-shirt at 70 degrees and I don't feel like I have to bundle up on a coat. But I can have these periods where it's so cold down here. I'm wearing a jacket, and I almost put on no. I do put on another jacket, and I put on a jacket because it's draining so much energy, trying to transform itself to a loving person, and you sit back and go, Cheryl, are you here? And you do this almost night after night, and you don't get a response, and therefore you're looking for this ghost. I mean, if this light comes on, they're going to turn the camera back on and everything. And if she comes back on and starts talking, I will turn it back on. This is how it is. It's 4:41. Cheryl, I'm going to bed at 5. And that's 20 minutes from now. And if you don't talk to me and within 20 minutes, we're going to bed, right? Not her, literally, me. Me. It feels like that. That's how it's like a Japanese anime. It's like, well, you gotta come up there in my bed and make me feel cold. She doesn't answer.